We're going to call this workshop of the Pahokee City Commission to order. This workshop is being held to discuss our current
development and also our capital improvement projects.
okay. At this time, we'll have invocation by our Vice Mayor, Claire Mervin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, we come before you, God, to say thank you for another day. Thank you, God, for our life, health, and our strength, God. Oh, God, as we come together today, God, we ask you, God, to touch our minds, oh, God, and touch, oh, God, the city of Pahokee, oh, God. Help us, oh, God, and lead us and direct us, oh, God, to move this city forward, oh, God. God, we ask you, God, to bless every citizen, oh, God, in this city of Pahokee, oh, God. God, bless our hands, oh, God, that we put to work, oh, God, to do, God, the good of this city. And God, we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Present.
Commissioner Bowden.
Present.
Commissioner Cowan Williams.
Present.
Commissioner McPherson.
Present.
City Manager.
Here.
City Attorney. City Clerk. Present.
At this time, we'll turn this portion over to our city manager to lead us in the discussion of our workshop topics.
Thank you, Mayor Babb. I want to start with development before we get into the capital improvement plan, which are the projects. We're going to start with a presentation by Oak Hoist Development, which is doing Everglades Townhome, and next would be One North Lake, which is the 40 units in front of PNC Bank, but I don't see Aaron. So we're going to start off with Kevin with the 60 units, and appreciate everyone's patience.
Hello, Kevin in here. Do you need my address or any of that for recording? Okay. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So the property over 200 South Barfield Highway, we've got 5 12-plex buildings slated for affordable housing for construction. Currently where we're at, we've got our plans review that just did an updated plan review. We've got comments that are ready to go back over to them tomorrow. And so we hope to be released from them here by tomorrow being Wednesday. I would hope by end of the week or early next week, get the release from them for construction. The pile driving equipment's getting delivered tomorrow. So as soon as we get the release for construction, we're ready to start installing piles. As far as the underground utilities, we've been approved by the county on the underground utilities for releasing the PO for the concrete structures so that we can get the shop drawings and hold our pre-construction meeting and start on the underground utilities. The county's indicated they're willing to expedite that pre-construction meeting so that we can get going sooner than later. And so if all goes well, within the next week to 2 weeks, you'll see us out there driving piles, and 2 to 3 weeks you'll see us out there working on underground utilities.
Just a quick
Yes,
question. Have your engineer / building inspector, whatever his title is, sign off on the use of wood for piling?
We received the first round of comments back. That was not one of the comments, so we would take that as an acceptance of that. They had, basically what they said was they were going to start the review from scratch. Act as though nothing had been issued and they're stepping in, and so they had, as every inspector does, their own hot buttons, their own new items that are different maybe than the previous entity. So they had a list of items. It wasn't a great list, and so yeah, like I said, we just got those I think early last week, those comments back from them, and we should have those ready to turn around to them by tomorrow morning. My MEP just texted me, said tomorrow he'll have those.
Okay, so with this expectation of that being approved, what is your anticipated start date on the project?
Well, if we get approval on that, my expectation is they're going to take probably, because they took probably a solid 10 days, 7 to 10 days to do their first review. I would expect they're going to probably take at least 48, 72 hours on the second review with our revisions and comments. And so the hope would be by the end of this week, early part of next week, we've either gotten an approval from them or a second round of comments. But the comments weren't major. They were mostly minor in nature. So I don't expect this to be back and forth very much.
Okay. And my last question would be, what is the anticipated finish date on this project? Is it a year and a half,
No.
6 months?
I just updated the schedule 2 weeks ago, and I think I showed us starting the pilings on Monday on that updated schedule, you know, pending the plans review.
Right.
But if we can get that started then I'm still shooting for the end of December this year.
For full construction?
It's not the way we want to do it. Typically what we would do is put in underground utilities first, and then build our pads, and then drive the piles, and then build the buildings. Because it's the nature of the financing, we have very certain constraints that require us to be done by a certain date, or we have fairly severe financial consequences for missing that date. And so what we're going to be doing is pilings, the slabs, simultaneous with the underground utilities. That's the only way we can make the time up.
That was December this year, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's an aggressive schedule.
So the Head Start that's supposed to be building out there, that's gonna be the first building that goes up, or?
That's not a part of this initial construction. The initial construction is the 5 12-plex buildings
Okay.
around the exterior. Yeah, and you're gonna have to forgive me, I am the construction guy and not the finance guy. That's Michael. The Head Start building, I believe he's been, you know, in communication and contact with you all as far as, you know, what that may look like and certain timetables. I think it's more contingent on financing, finding the right financing for it. But yeah, that'll be secondary. So finished product, you'll see the 5 12-plex buildings, the entirety of the parking lot with just small portions of the parking right against the building. The sidewalks for most of the parking lot, or even around that building, it will be in. The trash disposal services against that, you know, right up against that building will be in. So everything will be done with the exception of the Head Start building.
I have one question. Maybe you can give me some clarity on it. I guess it was your construction manager that came in and said there was an issue with the sidewalk that they were waiting on to fix. And they said, can you give some clarification on that sidewalk,
Yeah.
please?
We'll be addressing that. We'll be taking care of that. There was an overlap of our plans and the approval process and the Barfield Highway plans. And so as part of our construction, we'll be correcting those items. Where our entry goes, the sidewalks, some of the storm inlets out there, secondary access for our neighbor to the south, things like that.
So that's not something that the city has to take care of. It's not.
It is not something that, again, I'm the construction guy. It's not something that I'm aware of that has been demanded of the city.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure.
Speaking only as the construction guy, I've got it on my schedule to take care of as a part of our
Okay.
construction costs.
Okay, thank you.
And are you anticipating hiring locally as much as possible?
Yes, sir.
In areas?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the only one right now that's on the board that we're planning on bringing in from out of the area is the pile contractor. The majority of the subs, there's a few items, sub-trades that would be up in the air, such as framing labor, maybe drywall, and roofing. Roofing being, it's as part of our tax credit and the approval process, we said we would do solar. And Michael is adamant, he wants to try out the GAF solar shingles. And I'm not one for trying things out. And so if we're gonna do that, I'm gonna hire, and I've already spoken to GAF, which is, for those of you that aren't aware, they're a big manufacturer of shingles for roofing. So what I'm gonna actually do is just hire them to install their system. My experience in being a pioneer in the past is things don't go well when you're a pioneer. So I would rather, if we're gonna do something new and innovative, rather just have the experts do that. So that one I will probably hire from outside, let them have their crews install that. But as much as possible, the preference would be to use local, because when we go outside the local area, cost goes up. The windshield time, the travel time, the accommodations, their cost goes up. And so we would rather use local talent if we could. And I know Michael's spoken to me in the past about maybe even trying to incorporate some of the, you've got the trade school here locally, trying to incorporate some of those students into our project as a training resource. Any other questions?
I don't think so at this time.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next company up will be a little delayed with One North Lake project, so Ms. Adams will continue with the CIP, starting with Rosso and then the McLure Road project.
Mayor, Commission, good evening, residents, visitors. If I may, I would like to call Ms. McKinley up to give an overview for the SB 102 Live Local Act, just to give a little overview so you are aware of what that includes. Thank you, ma'am.
This is what happens when you come out to Pahokee. They put you to work. So once you represent this area, you never stop representing this area. So I wasn't entirely prepared to give this presentation this evening, so I've had my head buried real quick on my computer trying to get some notes. But first, let me welcome the two newest members of the commission to the commission, and welcome to public service. Congratulations on your election night wins. And to Commissioner McPherson, a very, very small world. A few months ago, I was given the authority by my CEO, Dave Wantman, that I could hire an intern. And I wanted to hire a student from Florida State University and be able to provide some mentorship to that student. And I received a good bunch of resumes, but there was one resume that stuck out to me more than the other ones did. There was a young woman putting herself through college. She came from Glades County and had a lot of history in the rural parts of Florida in the agricultural community, and just kind of interviewed a few and interviewed her and fell in love with her, and had no idea that her uncle was running for the city commission for the city of Pahokee. And so Zorian has been a wonderful addition to our team, and she will stay on with us through November, through the elections, and she's helping me with some of the political stuff at WGI. So your family has raised a wonderful young woman. Ms. Adams asked me if I could talk real quick about the Live Local Act. As you know, that act was passed last year by the legislature and signed into law by the governor. In a nutshell, what it really does is it tries to eliminate the impacts of the not in my backyard arguments that all communities see, but in particular larger communities in Florida. It was a priority of the now Senate President Kathleen Passidomo, who hails from Collier County from the city of Naples. They struggled to get their county and their city commissions to approve development projects because of such strong neighborhood opposition to them. A lot of folks don't want multifamily projects in their communities for one reason or another. She thought that this provided a good balance between meeting the needs of the affordable housing crisis that we have here in the state of Florida, trying to make it a little bit easier for developers to get their projects through, and also trying to provide a little bit of protection to the public servants serving in office who have to vote on those projects. I can tell you from experience, they were always 50-50, half the room left happy and half the room left mad on any development projects. So this was to alleviate some of that. Very, very basically, what it does is it requires a county government or a city government under certain conditions to administratively approve a development proposal. What that means is that staff approves it, and it never comes before any of your advisory boards, and it doesn't come before the city or the county commissions for approval. So you don't have the public hearings, you don't have the public opposition, and those projects move along. Now, there are certain requirements that have to be met. The projects have to be located on land that is already zoned for either mixed use, industrial, or commercial. They have to be no greater. The density can't be, you can't require that the density be any lower than what is allowed in residential density anywhere within the jurisdiction. So it has to be for Pahokee what you allow within the city of Pahokee. So in more urbanized areas, there was some concern, well, the city of West Palm Beach has a 40-story building, but there's another city that doesn't have a building over 6 stories, a half mile up the road. And so no, the legislature did that by saying that those restrictions had to be within your municipal boundaries. So they have restrictions. They kind of free it up a little bit on the density, on the height, and on some of the parking requirements. So this year, what they ended up doing is they tweaked it a little bit. As you know, anytime somebody passes something, they do it with good intentions, and after a year of being in practice, they come back and realize, okay, there's some things that we need to fix. One of the things they fixed is they added the density requirements. Not just, some have density requirements like the county did, some have Florida area ratio requirements, and so they added Florida area ratio and floor to lot ratio exemptions into the legislation. And if you ask me to explain exactly what those are, I can't do that for you. I can tell you it's just bigger things. It also, I don't know, I can't remember if the city of Pahokee, if the marina is considered a working waterfront, much like in the city of Riviera Beach. Their marina is considered a working waterfront. That's how it is classified. Those areas are exempt. It also, both bills allow and clarify what the property tax exemptions are. There are property tax exemptions if the developments have 70 or more units dedicated for affordable housing, and those units are provided within a certain income level, usually somewhere around the 80% area median income up to 120%. For the last, as long as I can remember, 10, 12 years in Palm Beach County, we've called that workforce housing. We've had those income categories classified in this county for a while. It's somewhere between 65,000 to about 130,000 is considered workforce countywide. The Florida Housing Finance Corporation is the one that will handle the qualifications for those exemptions, and of course the property appraiser and the tax collector will be the ones responsible for implementing them. Local governments, that's the county and the city, can approve further exemptions under different affordability classifications if you wish. There's no requirement that you do it, but you do have the flexibility to do that. You also have the flexibility, while you have to meet the standards of the Live Local Act, you have the flexibility to add additional density bonus and height bonuses and those types of things at your disposal if you wish to do that. Let me look at a couple other of my notes. One thing that was concerning, and they tried to address, some of the single-family home communities across the state of Florida were like, we're a single-family home neighborhood, we don't want a high-rise next to us. So they tried to fix that this year by saying if you have at least 25 homes in a single-family neighborhood, and your property where you want to do a Live Local Act project is bordered on 2 sides by those types of single-family home neighborhoods, you are restricted to no higher than 150% of the highest building in your jurisdiction. I'm sorry, within a quarter mile of the proposed project, or 3 stories, whichever is higher. And the modifying of the parking requirements, they added a whole bunch of language this year on the transportation-oriented developments. We don't have any of those out here in Pahokee. We do have them proposed in West Palm Beach, right near the Tri-Rail station, downtown West Palm off of Banyan. They're proposing to do a TOD. And so they would be able to reduce even further the parking requirements. The parking requirements across the county, though, if you are located within a half mile of a major transit stop, so if you've got a Palm, I think I'd have to clarify this with a lawyer, but if you have a Palm Trans stop within a half mile, then you would have to meet some of those exemptions on the parking requirements for the project before you. So those are just a few of them in a real nutshell, and having 10 minutes to prepare. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but you know, putting my home rule hat on here for a second, there will be a lot of developers that come before you that tell you they can do what they want because of this legislation. That's not true. They're much more flexible in being able to do what they want to do now, but they're not completely, they don't have free will to do it in every circumstance. You still control some of the restrictions and the guidelines that you have in your code. You still have a say over some of the projects, and there are ways that those projects will have to come before you. But for the most part, this was passed with good intention of trying to provide those affordable housing and those workforce housing units to the community that are so desperately needed. One thing that I did try to do, it was one of the last things I did before I left, before I termed out of office, and you know, I was working very hard on trying to reduce the number of blighted housing and the number of what I call slums that our communities have had to face. The last one I dealt with were the apartments off of Joe Louis Avenue. And I wanted to make sure that people who would receive abilities to do a Live Local Act project weren't the types of folks that were running housing projects like we've seen too often in the Glades, where they're taking advantage of the people here who are working hard and just want a safe and healthy place to live. So there was language included in the original Live Local Act that if they had property tax exemptions, if their project had those exemptions and they became the subject of egregious code violations, the county or the municipality could remove those property tax exemptions. It's a first step. As you send your lobbying team to Tallahassee next year, maybe you could ask them to add some more reinforcements and make them stronger. So happy to be back before you this evening, and I will sit down and let the engineers talk, and because I am not an engineer.
I just have one question. I was reading, I've read about the act, and I'm glad you said that. When it comes to the ad valorem, I did see where the 70 units, if they build 70 units, and they have to there are certain qualifications, but my concern was I did see, I think it was under 50 units. Is that where, and I needed a clarification on, is that where the city can make the decision when it comes to the ad valorem taxes?
I believe so, and
Okay.
I will, while you're doing the rest of
Okay.
your presentation, I'll look that up. And
Okay,
have an
that's what
answer for
that's
you
what I
before
wanted
leave.
clarity on, is the city can make that decision when it comes to if it's under 50 units.
Right, I'll
What-
look that
what
up
it-
for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Ms. McKinley, for that update and just acknowledging Commission and giving them a better understanding. Also, if I could have Mr. Earhart to come back up, he would like to add some additional information.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, because I was caught cold turkey walking in and talking about the Live Local, and Michael's really the one that knows everything about that, but I did have him send me some info. That is, you asked the question about the sidewalks. That is something that I know we've asked for. It's a 4-year ad valorem exemption, which has to be renewed every 4 years. And so when we talk about things such as the underground utilities that we've been removing on site, some of the issues along Barfield Highway, that's why we're asking for that, is some of those expenses. And you're right, the specific, there's 2 Word docs which we can forward to anybody that wants to see that. But one of them is the actual statute, and it looks like to me it's exemption number 3, the local government ad valorem, 60% AMI. What's beneficial is when you do affordable housing projects and there's income restrictions and your target is truly affordable housing for those people that, this is why I do what I do. This is the part that I do feel comfortable in speaking in. I started out in home building doing upper end custom houses, doing 45 to 50 of them a year. I was one of the top 5 home builders in the Kansas City area and doing land development. My passion is affordable housing. I got into green and energy efficiency, green building and energy efficiency, and my goal at that time, I did the first 2 houses rated green in the 2 out of the first 5 in the Midwest, the first 2 in Kansas City. But I did them on upper end custom houses, and they were expensive to do. And I didn't like the feeling of that. You know, we're giving something to somebody who can afford it, right? What about the person who can't afford their bills? And so then I flipped and started trying to figure out how to do it in, at the time we got into doing some triplex and duplex product. And I tried to figure out, okay, how can we do this at an affordable level, save people on their utility bills, but not make it break the bank on a home cost. At that point, we were selling. And so that eventually led me to this not-for-profit that Michael was with at the time, Builders Development Corporation. And we started doing affordable housing projects. First projects that I did for him were in the rural parts of southwest Kansas. And we were doing everything rated green and energy efficient, Energy Star rated, with solar on everything. And we were figuring out how to do it and not break the bank to do it, right? So the income restrictions where you limit who can live there by the average median income, now you're starting to target who you really wanted to target to begin with, right? You're not building a new product and just the people that can afford it move in there. The income restrictions are the things. It makes it tougher on us from a rental standpoint because the qualifications, believe it or not, we lose a lot of people because they make over the amount that we can afford. You know, they make too much. We can't move them in. So I won't take up any more of your time. I'm passionate about the affordable housing part of it, as you can see. That's why I do what I do. But that is one thing that we are asking for is the ad valorem 4-year tax exemption, which you would have to renew every 4 years. And to kind of piggyback on, if you're not aware, we have 2 different USDA loans on this, as well as tax credit. And so what that means is we have to have an annual inspection from each of those arms. So that means USDA number 1 is going to send an inspector out every year to inspect the property. USDA number 2 is going to send an inspector out every year to inspect the property. And our tax credit syndicator partner is going to send an inspector out, 3 different inspectors. So from a maintenance and upkeep standpoint, I think that bodes well both for the project and for the city to make sure that it doesn't get run down. So, hope that was helpful.
So let me ask a question. So with the income guidelines, you've already submitted that. I haven't seen it. I'm a new commissioner. That's why I'm asking. You've
Yes,
submitted that to the city already, what the income guidelines are?
I don't know if it has, but if it has not, we will make sure that it's sent over. I believe it has.
Okay.
I believe that's why we were asked to speak about this tonight. I just got caught cold turkey walking in, because Michael is usually the one that speaks to these things. And she was so gracious to help out. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to
Yeah,
get
so
clarification.
what he forwarded to me was an email with a couple of Word documents. One of them is the statutes, and specifically speaking to the requirements of the ad valorem 4-year. And then the other one, I think, is a draft that maybe we were going to propose for the city to consider.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor?
Thank you.
To speak to that, so my commission knows, in your pack for today when we get into the commission meeting, under discussion and direction items, I have all those items in here for you. So When we get to items 4, 5, 6, you will see all that as backup to which he's speaking of and what was eloquently explained by former Commissioner McKinley. So it's all in here.
I just had just a comment, not a question, on what former Commissioner McKinnon said. Because we are a home rule municipality, that because of because of this act, they can come in and strong arm the city in doing a project, that we still have a say. They can just come and take over, you know, and building something. They have to.
You have to.
We have a say on.
What little I know is you have to approve it every 4 years, no matter what. As far as restrictions, she might be able to speak better to the restrictions on it. Yeah, but I mean, what I've educated myself on in the last few minutes is every 4 years you have to approve it no matter what. Yeah.
We have to, but we have to initially approve that.
You have to
It's not
initially,
automatically
yep.
that it happens. We have to initially approve it
Correct.
because it's under the 50 units. So it has to be
Yes.
something that the city, yes, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Call Aaron.
Our next speaker will be Aaron Taylor with One North Lake, and he will be on the phone. He wasn't able to be present, so Mr. Lucas is calling him now, so he'll be able.
Yes, I can hear you. I was going to put the speaker on so you can do your presentation on One North Lake. All right, about 5 minutes. All right, I'm putting you on speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Hey, how are you, everyone? This is Aaron Taylor, Art Development Global, representing the One North Lake LLC for the downtown One North Lake multifamily project. I'm not sure who's in the workshop meeting, but if any of the previous commissioners were there, anybody from the public was there when we got approved at the ZAB board for 40 units back in January in the site development plan. Since that time, we were working with the Board of County Commissioners for additional funding on a couple of NOFAs and RFPs, notice of funds available, and it came up in discussion that the board and other interested parties in the government wanted more units, and so we went back to the drawing board. I wouldn't say back to the drawing board, we didn't redesign the property, but we did have to do some due diligence to make sure that we could get finance for the additional 14 units to make it a total of 54. The goal was to raise the building from 3 floors to 4 floors, so that the top building and pedestrian amenities that are supposed to go on the road roof can actually be seen from people that are up there, can actually see into the lake over the dike, providing a better view for those patrons. So everybody at the county is on board with it. That's the Department of Economic and Housing Development now. I think they changed the name, and the Board of County Commissioners. We're excited about the 54 units, so we're coming back in, excuse me, to update the approval, and as Rodney and John Jeline knows, that in order to meet the 54 units, we had an issue with finding additional parking, and we've identified 2 parcels of land that we're going to acquire for the additional off-site parking to meet the parking requirements in your code. We actually plan to resubmit, God willing, here in May or the beginning of June. And just to be clear, to let everybody know, we actually moved forward on the 40 units and got the full construction documents completed, ready to submit for permit when the issue, or when the desire was let known to us that the county really wanted more units if we could get it. So, although complete, we decided to not submit those permits and add the 4th floor with the additional units, and then we'll just update the permit package to include that 4th floor upon the city's approval. So we've already met with city staff more than once on this project. We had a pre-application meeting about, I can't remember the exact date, Rodney, but that was about 3 weeks ago.
Correct.
And since that time, we've already reached out to the surveyor to start laying out the land for the off-site parking, so we can do that design. We reached out to the architect about adding the 4th floor, and we're going to the Board of County Commissioners on May 7th to present our project. All RFPs that were submitted actually get presented to the board on May 7th, so it's gonna be a long day. But yeah, we're moving along. So that's the full update. I'll open the floor if anybody has questions. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but it was important for me to let you guys know the update. Thank you.
Just one question. With the additional 14 units that you're looking at adding, would every unit at least have an on-site parking space?
Well, I don't have the site plan in front of me, but we provided 90 something parking spaces on site, plus the on-street parking that's allowed in the city right there on the property. But the property's an island, so there's nowhere else on that property that we could fit additional parking. We had no choice but to go off-site for it.
No, I'm saying it's fine to have off-site parking, but I'm saying that if I was in a unit, I would certainly want to have at least one vehicle of mine on site. I'm asking you to have any provision for at least ensuring that each unit have at least one parking on site, even with the addition.
So, yeah, that's easy to do. Like I said, I think we have 90 something parking spaces total for the 40 units. On the actual property within, like the parking right up against the building, not on the sidewalk, not on the road, is like 80 something. So for the 54 units, there would be at least one space available for each of those 54 units. So we're talking anybody who has more than one car in their home or guest parking, essentially.
Where's the additional parking for the off-site parking going to be located?
Did you hear Commissioner Calvin Williams? She asked, where would the additional parking be?
So we have two options. It just depends on who gives us the contract first. There is at the southeast corner, a guy named Nelson, who's got like a little gym or something over there, which actually makes from his place the best location. But he's not sure if he wants to sell the property. He's entertained and expressed to us that he's possibly willing to do a shared parking agreement, which basically just gives us access to park on that. So we'd have to design and get it developed, and we just have the rights to park on it for overflow parking. The other one is I don't know how your streets memorized, but you know where the PNC Bank is? Mm-hmm. Just south of that is like a mechanic shop, and then there's like some abandoned building. Right next to that are like 3 lots. 2 of those lots, we're trying to acquire all 3, but 2 of those lots for sure can accommodate the off-site parking. I just don't know if we can acquire the 3rd. Just make it congruent, but that's the one that is available for purchase, and that's something we can execute right away. In fact, I just think they already have a contract on it, so but it's whoever allows us to use it first.
And quickly, your anticipated start date of construction and possible end date, if you have that information.
Can somebody repeat that for me? It sounded a little far away from here.
The mayor was asking, do you have an anticipated start date and end date for your project?
Well, we were actually ready to submit for full construction documents when the additional units came up. So the construction permitting usually takes about 4 months with the back and forth, and then after that we can put shovel in the dirt. Depending on how fast we can get approved for the additional units in the off-site parking with the city, then we have, I'm anticipating a few months for that, just because that's how your process works to get the ZAP board. And then we have to do the construction documents, update those for the 4th floor based on that approval and the off-site parking. Then we could submit to cap government, and like I said, that's a 4-month process. So we couldn't put shovel into the ground until after that. So at a best case scenario, If everything goes perfectly, I'd say a few months with you guys, another 4 months with CAP. You know, it'd be 8 months from now before we could even put shovel in the dirt legally. That would be your best guess.
So how long do you anticipate the timeline for construction?
According to the contractor, 15 to 18 months.
There's no further questions, Aaron. Appreciate everything, Mr. Taylor.
All right, no problem. I apologize again, guys. I wish I could have been there in person, but unexpected circumstances happen. But Rodney, please feel free to give my email address to any one of them. If any other questions come up after this, anybody's free to email me, and I'm happy to provide them any information they want.
Thank you, sir. Have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, guys. God bless.
Bye. Now we're going to swing it, Mayor, over to Jocelyn and the capital improvement projects.
Mayor, Commission, we're going to start with Barfield Highway. I have a representative here, Mr. Pastor, who serves as the project manager for Barfield Highway. As you know, Barfield Highway is a $4.5 million project. We received $1.46 million, $389.66 from Palm Beach County Water Utility. This project is utility and construction, road construction. We have extended our contract to complete this project. It needs to be completed by June 2024. And we are hoping to be done before then, so I will call Mr. Pastor up to give a current update.
Good afternoon, thank you. Again, my name is Tom Pastor. I am the project manager for Rosso Site Development, the prime contractor for the Barfield Highway project. Since I've spoken last, welcome to the new commissioners here. Happy to report that the first lift of asphalt is now complete on the entire roadway project. So the dust and potholes and grief and aggravation of traveling that roadway is near the end. The majority of all the ancillary work, the underground work, is also completed. There's some minor concrete work yet to come. We have the second lift of asphalt, the roadway striping and signage, and as Jocelyn mentioned, if everything goes according to plan, that will be completed by June of this year. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
I have one question.
Yes.
You know the humps that you can see that's above ground, when you are finished, that will be, it wouldn't be left like that, correct?
Correct. You're probably speaking about some of the either existing utilities or new utilities that are above the current grade of the asphalt.
Yes.
There is still another lift of asphalt to be placed over the entire project.
Okay.
That will smooth everything out and make it uniform.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the commission?
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Next, we'll move on because we have representatives here for WGI. So next, we'll move to McLure. If you fast forward a few pages, I believe it is 3 pages up. McLure Construction. McLure is another FDOT project. It is funded through the same funding source as Barfield Highway. So that was SCOP dollars that we were funded through. We have to submit an application for SCOP for these roads that the city belongs to. So these funds are for reconstruction. So if I may, WGI, I have Brian Lamont, who is our representative engineer, PE for The project, so FDOT funding for this project is design and road construction only. We will receive $933,943. For Palm Beach County Water Utility District, we receive for design, to cover the cost of design, is $83,850. And for the utility construction, right now it's estimated at $1.2 million. But mind you, they are still in the process of working on design. So that may not be the total cost for the utility construction. And as I stated, we're at 30% of the design. So I know many of you have asked before, why isn't it taking so long? And I will let Brian answer that in reference to design, since I am not an engineer, but you will get the answer. So as I stated, WGI is the city's engineer of record. So they are our engineer for any of our projects that we have now. They became our engineer of record in 22, I believe. Years are running together. So 30% submittal was March 2024. So Palm Beach County received the 30%. Palm Beach County Water Utility has copies of those plans. They're working closely with Palm Beach County as well as FDOT. So they are seeing the plans. So nothing is done without Palm Beach County Water Utility and FDOT seeing these plans. 60% will be submitted in June of 24. 90% is anticipated to be submitted in September of this year, and 100% plans will be submitted January of this 25. I'm sorry, January of 25. So once final submission of the plans happen, they go to FDOT. FDOT reviews, makes sure that everything is in place. Then we put out bid, so we can go to construction. Now I'm going to allow Mr. Lamont to come up and further explain where we're at with design.
Thanks, John Delaney, and Mayor, council member, again, new council members, congratulations on your win, and Rodney. Again, I'm Brian Lamont with WGI. I have a long history here in Pahokee. Years ago, I did a lot of roadway reconstruction work out here. East Main Place, we did that full reconstruction project there, so I kind of have an affinity and a long history here with the city of Pahokee, and glad to be here tonight. Like the rest of the speakers here, I came here out with Melissa here just to see what's going on and to find out about your CIP, and of course got called up and she wanted to talk about McLure, so be glad to talk about McLure. It's been a long road. We've been talking about McLure Road, John Jolene and myself, probably for 6 or 7 years now. They finally got the state funding. So we jumped in with the city here. We've been working with the utilities, been working with the DOT to come up with first we had to come up with a proposal for the work. So we had to separate the utilities from the roadway, from the DOT type of work. So that took a little bit of time, but now we're off and running. We're in the middle of the design phase. We submitted 30% plans in March last month. So those are being reviewed. And again, the reason it takes so long, it's always, everything just seems like it takes longer nowadays. Because you have the DOT involved, they have a certain process. You have the utility department that has a certain process. So we have to constantly go through these processes here. We have gone out and done all the surveys. We are going to have a public outreach meeting in June with the residents, I've been told. So we're moving along with the job. The job is going to be not just replacing the road, but we're also going to be replacing the water main and it's the force main along McLure Road. So when you got the road torn up, we're going to tear it up one time. We're going to be replacing the drainage structures that are out there. Right now, if you've driven down there, we drove down there tonight. I said, let's drive down McLure. I'll show you what we're doing out there. It is getting worse and worse and worse, as you well know. So it's definitely in need of repair. And so we're moving along as fast as we can through the permitting processes. The money's been in place, and I want to thank John Jolene. She was pretty diligent about getting the utility department to pay their fair share of these costs. And so we worked with John Jolene, and the utility department came up with these dollars that she's shown here on this PowerPoint here. So I give her a lot of credit for keeping her nose into the game and getting this moving along. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions about the project.
Only one, I know you're doing the road construction, but also you know there's a canal on that stretch of road.
Yes.
Would there be any guardrails put up, or you be supposed to be putting guardrails up?
To answer that question, I don't know, and I can find out for you, but I know that's a big issue with us because the road is so close to the canal. Either we have to push the canal bank out more, so there's room between the edge of pavement and the canal itself, or put up a guardrail. So again, we'll have to take a look at that in our design, see if we're meeting Green Book standards, but we can take a look at that for sure.
If I may, we're also having a conversation with East Leaf Water Control District so that we make sure that that's taken care of, so we're not swerving off. But that also, MOT, the maintenance of traffic comes into play with that, so that, yes.
Vegetation.
So the project goes from the very east side of the right-of-way there where a lot of the trailers are out there now to that right-of-way. That's all gonna be redone, swales put in, drainage structures put in, and then on the west side, there's also gonna be new drainage structures put in and swales. So you'll have a brand-new right-of-way all the way through there to just about where the,
What about the sidewalks? I know there's sidewalks already on the opposite side. But so,
no, we're not gonna be replacing the sidewalks
Okay.
that's there. Again, if it gets damaged during construction, which they probably will, we will be replacing those. Yep.
Question, has there been any discussion with local farmers about their equipment on that road and working out some kind of thing with?
As far as I know, no, John, have you?
So we have not per se reached out to the individual farmers as of yet, since we're still kind of working on design, but that will take place, and that's why the community engagement is so important, that people participate and come ask questions. It will be a town hall in person this year, as opposed to we were in COVID during Barfield, so we want people to be able to ask questions, get understanding, because yes, that stretch of road is tight going down there, so, and we do need to engage our farmers. Brian, if you can.
One of the other things that we're gonna address too is getting access during construction. So when we're designing the plans, we're gonna design it such that part of the road can be built, and then the utilities can be built, because if we just close the whole road down, you're gonna cut off access to the residents out there. So again, that was a big thing that John Jling brought up at the beginning of the meeting, and we wanna reiterate that to the residents out there at these public outreach meetings, that we are not gonna leave you stranded out there. We will make sure you will have access back and forth at all times during construction.
Can you talk about what design entails, so that they have an understanding?
So the design, so the road, as you well know, the road is totally falling apart. So rather than just going in and putting a new layer of asphalt down there and base, we call a full depth replacement, reconstruction of that road. So we're gonna be going down about 2.5 feet and removing all the soil and the muck that's down below there and putting in 2 feet of new rock with a filter fabric, and the filter fabric kind of holds everything in place. And then on top of that, we're gonna do a base course, which is another 8 inches, and then asphalt. So it gives the road a much longer life. So we're just not gonna do a Band-Aid approach on this. It's gonna be a full depth replacement. As I said also earlier, that we are gonna be replacing the water main. The water meters are gonna be redone in there, and fire hydrants, and there's a new force main being laid alongside that right away as well. So again, working with utilities, all that work will be done at one time, and after it's all in the ground, we put the new road in and pave it.
Question, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of dust. We learned from that with Barfield. So do we have a plan in place for
keeping the dust down?
Managing that to reduce the impact on our residents?
Yeah, we could put in the contract documents that they come back, they have water trucks that come, contractors have water trucks that come through and keep the ground moist rather than have it just dusty all the time, so we can keep that, and we put that in the contract documents. But yeah. Any other questions? Be glad to answer them. else?
We're saying that the design will be completed by January 2025. And what is the anticipated timeline for the total reconstruction
So-
of the road?
So what's the schedule after that is,
Yes.
at that point in time, we'll have bid documents ready. The design will be finished, the bid documents will be ready, so they'll all be ready to go out to a contractors, and we will go out and solicit bids from contractors for this work. That usually takes about a 2-month period, and then after that, the contract, the construction should begin. So say sometime March and next in 2025, we can get this road started, utility started. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I would like to acknowledge is, when I was speaking in reference to the funding that we received, that $933,000 does not include CEI. So having a CEI, someone to oversee, and CEI stands for Construction Engineer Inspection, that funding does not include that. So that, when the contract was written, it did not initially include that. When we put in the application, it was not included. So that funding will either have to come back to us, but also because of the turnaround time for the contract, we will be going back to FDOT to ask for an extension, and we've already had that discussion at the onset to look at, because cost, since the contract was initially signed off and agreed upon, the costs have risen. So, and FDOT is aware of that, so we will be going back to have that discussion. And Mayor, in reference to time, if I can push the remainder of the projects back to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This include our workshop. We're going to adjourn at 6:09 p.m. and start our regular scheduled meeting in 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
I told you I would get an answer to your question, so I just want to make sure I don't leave without providing that. Commissioner Cohen Warren, it is the city or the county can approve a tax exemption up to 75% of the assessed value of each residential unit if fewer than 100% of the project's units will be used for the affordable housing, or up to 100% of the assessed value if 100% of the project is affordable housing. And the way that you still have a little bit of say, it's limited, but projects still have to comply, for the most part, with parking, and they still have to comply with your setbacks and other types of boundary requirements.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Order the City Commission meeting of Tuesday, April the 23rd, 2024, to order at 6:12 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by our newly elected Commissioner, Everett McPherson, Commissioner McPherson, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for another opportunity to come into your presence, Father. We ask that you just lead us, Father, that your Holy Spirit will saturate our minds and our hearts, Father. But most of all, Father, we ask that your will be done for our city, Father, that we be able to work together in unity, Father. As citizens and as a commission, Father, we just thank you for your presence, Father. We ask that you just give us divine wisdom as we lead your city. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Present.
Commissioner Bolden.
Present.
Commissioner Cowan-Williams.
Present.
Commissioner McPherson.
Present.
City Manager.
Present.
City Attorney. Here. City Clerk. Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you to our audience and our staff. And especially I wanted to acknowledge former Commissioner McKinley. She just left. She was here for the workshop, but she has been a champion for the Glaze area ever since she was elected, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. City Manager, this time, do we have any additions on an emergency basis?
None at this time, sir.
Thank you. Any deletions?
None.
Thank you. City Commission, having heard that we don't have any additions or deletion to our agenda, I entertain a motion for its acceptance.
Chair, I move that we accept the agenda as printed.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Cowan and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett McPherson. Call for question. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cowan-Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. The motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we move to public comments, public service announcements. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any public service announcement or public comments cards completed?
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Love.
2638 Gate East. Look at that echo in here. Didn't I tell y'all it wasn't gonna be all those people in here this week? I don't have to lie. Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I want to know first about this dump that y'all have down there on the end of the lake. Y'all done seen that dump? You seen that dump down there, Keith? I'm asking you because I done been had it on live for 2 or 3 days. It's a dump down there. I told people they need to go to using it too, since y'all using it as a dump. Cause I know all that down there is junk. That's why it's down there, cause it's junk. And why are y'all letting the lake that we have, letting somebody pile up a bunch of junk down there and then say we got a beautiful lake? It's not beautiful with that piled up down there. I know y'all gonna work on getting it from down there when y'all get another city manager. I wanna get to that part bad. You know, why you looking at me like that, Miss Cowan-Williams? You know I'm look right back at you. You can't look at me as long as I can look at you. But I wanna get to the point. Why y'all ain't said nothing about this man got these sexual harassment charges and y'all ain't called no special meeting that suspend him or do anything? I know with him up there with that on him, well, you said it, Keith, cause you sent a text to one of my friends. You say, here's an independent investigation going on. If it's an investigation going on, why he ain't been suspended or why y'all ain't called a special meeting to see about getting rid of him until, suspend him until his resignation come. But I know why y'all ain't gonna do it, and everybody in here know why y'all ain't gonna do it. That's one of the reasons why I'm up here. But I told you and told them in your face, you were gonna leave them with egg on their face. Now you leaving him with them with egg on their face, pretending that you have another job somewhere. How can you pretend that you have another job somewhere when you leaving him with sexual harassment charges?
Mayor,
Mayor, my butt. Come on.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I know you don't know
These
what I'm
false
talking about.
Accusations.
Accusation.
Mr.
Well,
Love.
Keith the one said, okay, Keith, you said you had from a reliable source that you had to do an OIG report on somebody. You said that in a meeting on March the 26th. Now, where's that OIG report? Who is that reliable source? Because I feel like your reliable source done lied to you or done lied to this community or you lied to the community one. If somebody said, you said you had a reliable source. Everybody been running around, and then ain't no need y'all trying to cover this up. Because everybody know. Everybody know. If I know, y'all know everybody know. Because I tell everybody. But y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. Because I can see how y'all sitting up here protecting this. Because you know what? Like I'm going to tell him, you done your job. You didn't never call Chandler Wilson's name. That's why you still sitting up there. If you would have ever called Chandler Wilson's name, you would have been done got fired. You, Lucas, I told you. You were going to leave egg on their face. Now y'all sit up here and y'all got your 5 black commissioners like y'all wanted. I know some of y'all got egg
Okay,
on
your
their
time is up, Mr. Love. Thank you for your comment. City Clerk, are there any additional comments, cards completed?
Yes, sir. Ms. Lolita Kimes.
Lolita Kimes Sobers, AKA Scratch Scratch. I just want to acknowledge the new commissioner that's up here, Sanquetta and Mr. McPherson. Congratulations on your win. And I'm just hoping that you all, while you up here in these seats, do the right thing towards the city. Because it's been some, I don't even know what to call it, going on in this city. And you can tell by the way it's looking that someone's up there is not doing their jobs. So with that being said, I just want to get up here and ask about Barfield Highway. I've been riding down that road since it's, I don't know if it's finished, fixed. Can anybody tell me has the road been finished? Is it finished? Is it fixed? Okay, thank you, Mr. McPherson. It can't be fixed because I see plenty of manholes sticking up that gonna tear people's cars. And I also just came down there and y'all have straight holes in the road. The road that's supposed to be fixed, repairable to drive on, but there's holes in the road besides the manholes. So can somebody go patch those up like they've been patching up the city? Because those holes need to be patched up.
Yeah, there's going to be another layer of asphalt over there. There's going to be a thicker layer, and it should smooth out the road completely. We had a workshop here just prior to this meeting. The completion date on that particular road is going to be June 2024.
Oh,
Should
so
be
you need
totally
another coat.
completed.
Just one coat gonna cover those manholes, they sitting up about this high. That gonna do that? That's gonna be
It's a
enough?
thick coat. They say it should cover that.
Oh, okay, all right. That's just what to say about Barfield. I'm gonna save the rest of my comments for the county meeting. Y'all have a great day.
Are there any additional comments?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have a proclamation, May 2024, as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a proclamation declaring May 2024 Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month in Pahokee, Florida. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas everyone experiences times of stress and struggles in their lives, especially in the last year due to the pandemic, social and racial injustice, and whereas 1 in 4 adults and 1 in 5 youth ages 13 through 18 experience serious mental health, and whereas 60% of adults and 50% of youth do not receive the treatment necessary for their mental health needs due to limited or no knowledge of the need, barriers to care, or fear and shame. And whereas research recognizes that adverse childhood experiences, which include but are not limited to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, household dysfunction, untreated mental illness and incarceration of household members, domestic violence, and separation of divorce involving household members are traumatic experiences that can have a profound effect on a child's developing brain and body and can result in poor physical and mental health during childhood and adulthood. And whereas community understanding and available supports and services can greatly impact a person's ability to handle their stress and struggle and move forward. And whereas promoting mental health and wellness leads to higher overall productivity, better educational outcomes, lower crime rates, stronger economies, lower healthcare costs, improve family life, improve quality of life, and increased lifespan. And whereas studies show that the effects of ACEs are felt by people regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas each business, school, government, agency, healthcare provider, faith-based organization, nonprofit agency, and citizen shares accountability for the community's mental health needs and has a responsibility to promote mental health wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas the importance of attending to mental health has become even more pronounced in the last few years due to COVID-19, political and social unrest, and the resulting economic crisis. Isolation, sickness, grief, and loss, home instability, change of routines, and community trauma have increased the need for mental health services. And whereas the City of Pahokee recognizes the impact of awareness and education access to services and acceptance of the importance of mental health and well-being to a person's overall success and supports the implementation of trauma-informed approaches throughout the system of care. Now therefore, I, Keith W. Babb Jr., Mayor of the City of Pahokee, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month, done this April 23rd, 2024. Keith W. Babb Jr., Mayor, Claire Mervin, Vice Mayor, Derek Bolden, Commissioner, Sanquetta Cowan Williams, Commissioner, and Everett D. McPherson, Senior Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Are there anyone from Mental Health Agency here to accept this proclamation? If the commission would just come down and help me present this proclamation to the capital ladies. On behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, Commissioner Derek Bolden, Commissioner Sanquetta Cowan Williams, Vice Mayor Claire Mervin, Commissioner Everett McPherson Jr., Senior, along with our City Manager Rodney Lucas and our entire city staff. It gives me great pleasure and honor to present this proclamation to your agency, celebrating and on behalf of Mental Health Informed Care Month. And at this time, I will let our Commissioner Derek Bolden, who has some expertise in mental health, officially give this proclamation presented to your agency.
On behalf of the commission, I'd like to thank you, Ms. I, for usually all over our city, participating in everything. We thank you for your hard work and dedication to the city, and we're pleased to present this proclamation to you.
Thank you.
Everybody get up here. Good evening, Commission. On behalf of Healthier Glaze, I gladly accept this proclamation. As you know, Healthier Glaze has been instrumental in addressing issues around mental health awareness and trauma-informed care. And I want to personally thank the City of Pahokee for being a great partner with Healthier Glaze. For those who don't know, we've done a lot of projects with the City of Pahokee around mindfulness, mental health first aid training. So one of the things I just want to share, we're doing a couple of things this year. Number one, we're going to be doing a networking event with mental health professionals here in the City of Pahokee. What we're trying to do is we realize that a lot of the services are more in Belglade, but we want to let people know that that you need to serve the Tri-Cities. So we're going to be doing a mental health networking event with the mental health professionals May 15th here in the City of Pahokee at the Pahokee Marina conference room. That way we'll get a chance to, and this is for mental health professionals only. One of the things I want to do, I want to address with them some of the gaps that we're seeing in services and what we can do together to address those. We see a lot of services for children, but we don't see it for adults. And if we don't address the issues with the adults, the kids are going back to the same environment that is causing the trauma. So we're going to be doing that. We're also going to be doing mental health first aid training in collaboration with the city, with Bridges at Pahokee on May 18th. There will be an 8-hour training. Think of it like CPR, but it's CPR for mental health. And then May 2nd and 3rd, Healthier Glaze is hosting a 2-day racial equity training. This is an opportunity to provide education and awareness around addressing issues around race and equity in the lens of organizations, but the community as well. And so I do have a registration. If any one of you on the commission is interested in going, it's May 2nd and 3rd. It's 2 days, 8 hours. If you're interested, get with me and I can get you the registration to attend. And so with that, I say thank you for continuing to support Healthier Glaze and the work that we're doing.
What time are the trainings, Annie? Ms. Eichel, what time are the trainings? May the 2nd and 3rd.
The one for the 2nd and 3rd is from 9 to 4, both days. And breakfast and lunch will be provided for those days.
Okay.
And May 18th is at 9, I think it's at 9 o'clock at Bridges at Pahokee.
Okay.
Now we'll move to our consent agenda. We have 2 items on our consent agenda. First is the March 26, 2024 City Commission meeting minutes. Next is the April the 9th, 2024 City Commission meeting minutes. Unless someone have any objection, we would ask for a motion and a second to approve our consent agenda.
Mayor, I move that we would accept the consent agenda with March 26, 2024 City Commission meeting minutes and April 9th, 2024 City Commission meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Tywin Williams. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Commissioner Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden.
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Sorry. Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed with a unanimous vote. Next, we'll move to old business, discussion of existing activities of previous held events, if any. City Manager.
None at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have our public hearings in our ordinance. We have 1 ordinance for a second reading. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, amending Article 2, Section 2-29, entitled Order of Business, renumbering and reordering as necessary, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, I'll entertain a motion and a second, then we'll go into discussion. Prior to that, we'll do public hearing once we get the motion and second before the final vote.
Okay. Mayor Bab, I move to accept ordinance number 2024-01.
A second.
Call for questions? Hearing none, before we go into our final vote, we'd like to hear from the public if there's any. Are there anyone, open this to a public hearing for ordinance 2024-01. Are there anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this ordinance?
I didn't get to understand that. Can you explain it to me, I think?
This ordinance was to have a policy that would state that there would be no comments during public comments.
Questions?
Questions?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood on that.
This one is for the reordering.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Order of business.
Yeah, order of business. Again, what this particular ordinance does is have public comments continue at the beginning of our meeting, but for agenda items only. You have a second opportunity for public comments towards the end of our meeting. So you really and honestly are receiving two opportunities to have public comments presented to the commission. So we're not taking anything from you. We're actually adding a little to you so you can voice your concerns or have your questions done.
Okay, I got something for you. What, you can give me
You can speak if you, on the public hearing.
It's on this public hearing. You want to give me 6 minutes?
I'm gonna give you
3 minutes before and 3
3.
minutes later. You can give me 20 minutes if I stand up here and ask you some questions and y'all ain't gonna answer. You can give me an hour to stand up here. If I'm gonna ask y'all questions, what is that there? Tomorrow, well, give me 3 minutes here and 3 minutes there. Y'all done voted not to answer questions. So you ain't be talking about, oh, we getting you a little bit here and getting you a little bit there. You might be talking to somebody out there, but me, you ain't talking to me, telling me that, and then you ain't gonna answer the questions. That's the part. You got that part? Can you get me that part? Well, you give me 6 minutes to stand up here, and then you're not gonna answer one question. I'm waiting.
Mayor Bab, if I can say it says public comments. That's what we're trying to express, public comment. If they have anything like a comment on agenda items, is what you're saying, what's on the agenda, they can speak at the beginning. At the end, they can do their public comments on what, like they do now, whatever.
You just said public comments 2 times. But I'm still saying, what is it if I ain't gonna get an answer?
The
I'm not
problem to
getting an
that,
answer.
we haven't even initiated that policy, Mr. Love, but no commission that I'm aware of answer question. The school board don't, the county commission don't.
I was
no
over at
method.
Royal Palm Beach, me and Bebe Jackson. I hope she looking at this live. And we stood up there and they answered questions. Keith, y'all need to go to the meetings or go on the live and watch it. They answer questions. Go over there go to Revere while they raising hell about water all the time. Soon on they answer questions. Every commission meeting they raising hell at. Well, go to Dalton, Illinois and see what happened with Tiffany Hilliard. Go to that and see how the feds ran in on them Friday, not answering questions. Go there and then tell me why y'all can't answer questions. I ain't got that part yet.
Mayor Bab, may I speak? Mr. Love, now I'm new, I'm a newly elected commissioner coming up. And I just think when you put someone on the spot and asking them questions, and instead of them giving you the wrong information, allowing them time to research so that they can give you the correct answer. And I think that's just respect for both parties, because you don't want someone just telling you something just to be telling you.
I've been getting that. You right. I've been getting that. That's what I've been getting. Somebody just telling me something.
And so I
think that's why I'm saying y'all ain't gonna just tell us something no more. You just ain't gonna tell us nothing.
No, I think if you give us an opportunity to answer, to get the questions and then come back or, get in touch with you to give you the information, I think that's the appropriate thing to do and not just tell you anything.
But you come back to tell me why you can't tell why we on YouTube, why everybody that ain't here can hear it. I don't want to be talking to somebody out the door and then I have to go tell somebody what y'all told me. I like to come here and then let everybody what's on YouTube hear it. That's how it have to be out there in the community. I said last week, this place was gonna be full, packed, and it was packed. And this week I said it ain't gonna be nobody. I must be know what I'm talking about when I'm talking, cause when I'm talking about you gonna give me 6 minutes and you ain't gonna answer no questions. Now it's a shocker.
Citizen comments is for the citizen. It's for the commission to listen to what you're saying, not to interrupt you by answering questions during that time. But you will have those opportunities.
Keith, I've been up there 31 years.
And what we will do, we'll make sure during our workshops and during our town hall meetings, that's the opportunity to ask questions and get them answered as much as possible on the spot.
And that's an opportunity, so when the questions come around a month from now, everybody ain't thinking about that question no more. That's how you do things when you want to put it out. You say, well, I ain't gonna answer tonight, I'm gonna answer the next meeting. And the next meeting come, it'll be another one. Cause we got 10 things on there what y'all gonna talk about, y'all gonna do tonight. And then it's 30 things that you haven't done.
Okay. We want to get everybody an opportunity. Are there any other residents in here who would like to speak on this ordinance?
Are we going back to the old one?
You need to speak.
No, I'm not coming up.
Okay, then.
I just
We're not
wanna
gonna,
know going back to the way it was before you changed it to like it is now.
before I change it.
You changed it to the comments at the front.
Mayor Val, they need to come to the podium.
Like it was on the.
You're not being heard properly. If you want to speak, please come to the podium. Thank you. Are there any additional person want to speak on this? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. We ask questions.
I have a
an
question.
opportunity, Commissioner.
Remember, what
Vice
we
Mayor.
need the community also to understand is, commission meeting is commission meeting, where you come and discuss the business of the city. Now, if any resident that have questions, and by right they do, but you have to realize, and City Hall is open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And I'm sure if they have a question, they did not just get the question yesterday, today, this minute, they're in the meeting. And even if they did, they can also go to City Hall on Wednesday at 8 o'clock and address that. But some of the questions that they ask, they're asking the commissions to answer day-to-day operation. We don't do day-to-day operation. So if you have questions, by right, if they're, go to the city staff who you have something to say about Barfield, I have Mr. City Manager, I need to sit down and ask you some questions about Barfield, about the opera, about whatever you need to ask. That's where you get your questions answered from, is from City Hall.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from the City Commission in reference to this ordinance? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Cowan-Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Mayor Bat?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, City Clerk. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to, we don't have any resolution. We'll move now to new business. First on new business, and I'll have our city manager lead us in these topics.
Yes, sir, Mayor. First point of asking discussion and direction on no answering question policy. Staff is working on the ordinance. We hadn't received any information from surrounding cities that we can use. Was there anything of the commission that?
Yeah, if you look at the Palm Beach County School District, they just adopted an ordinance. I think they had one, but they readopted one, just clear language that they don't answer any question. And I'll take Mr. Love information for what he said, but for my knowledge, very few municipalities answer questions during their commission meeting. And I know Palm Beach County don't. There may be some exceptions out there, but I don't see any. So if you look at their language, it's just a simple policy. All we want to do is just have the expectation from the public to know, and they don't have to send and ask, well, what is my answer? We're not answering the question on this particular time. But we're certainly going to make an effort to do it at some point to make sure we answer those questions. But no one does it. We're trying to move our meeting forward.
On YouTube, right? I could pull up 50 municipalities.
Mayor
Mr.
Babb.
Mayor,
Mayor Babb, is it possible that we can put something in the policy, though, that if they have questions, that they can email us, that at some point that we make sure that we do answer their questions?
That's called a public records request.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
this doesn't really need to be an ordinance. Would it be
No,
okay if you?
just a policy,
Okay,
right.
so a resolution
Yes,
adopting
ma'am.
a policy, and I can draft something for
Okay.
y'all's consideration.
Thank
Okay.
Can I speak on this as this discussion? I think there should be a level of transparency when we have in our commission meetings. And I really thought about this policy, and one of the things I'm thinking about, there are a lot of simple things that we may be able to address in the meetings. And I don't think may not address them while they're doing their comments, but we do have a section where we have commission's comment, city manager's comments, and those questions can be jotted down. If it's something that we can handle that night, I think it would give us a level of transparency and trustworthiness with our citizens. And
Are there any additional comments? I would like to at least put a motion to have a policy at this point that we wouldn't answer questions during citizen comments. However, I would definitely take in consideration what Commissioner McPherson said. We all have our comments time. Please try to note some of those questions. If you would like to answer them, please do. You have that opportunity to do that if you do. So I move forth that we have a policy of no answering question during public comments time to be consistent with the majority of what I'm aware of most governmental agency does.
Mayor Babb, I move that we have a policy created with no answering questions during commission meeting, but with the understanding that during your city commissioner's comments, that you can answer those questions.
I second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Coward Williams and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden that we have a policy of no answering question during public comment time. However, during city commission comments, they are allowed and are encouraged, if they so choose, to answer questions of that nature. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Calvin Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
no,
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Babb?
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous, a majority of 4-1 vote.
Number 2, community, talking about the total of 12 boards and committees we have, 9 are inactive. The first one, I was advised, we don't need a code enforcement advisory board since we have a special magistrate. So we can move on from there. Community Relations Board, Economic Development Board, Cemetery Advisory Board, Beautification Advisory Board, Education Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Pahokee Community Revitalization Corporation and Youth Council Board. City Clerk, what have we done in the way of this in the past?
At this time, we have no applications for neither one of those boards. One application for the ZAP board, and staff was recommending for the ZAP board to move the alternative members up to the permanent members for the 2-year terms, and we'll have to fill the other 2 spaces, so we would continue to do city business.
Do we want to go ahead and vote on that recommendation of moving the 2 alternatives up to permanent?
Mr. Mayor, you'll have to do that by an ordinance.
Okay.
So I'll have to bring an ordinance back for you all to strike that in the language.
Okay.
No, it's right there. They're just appointing the alternate members. The language is already
Okay,
set.
so, if that's the case, you're appointing members, you still want to do it by a
Vote.
resolution, right? Or do you have the names with you?
I have the names. Did you guys get it in the email?
Yeah.
You have to read that in the record and.
Yeah. So,
Unless it's something that the commissioner, you all know better, Mr. Manager, unless it's something like you have a development project, it needs to go, you have a board meeting scheduled or something like that, you probably want to do it, with the resolution, let us
Okay.
bring it back to you in
Right.
proper format so that you see it, they can be appointed properly.
yeah. You guys have a ZAP board meeting scheduled for next month for a project coming up. Normally, you didn't do it by resolution. You guys get the list of the applicants and you voted on the applicants and it's listed in the records, and I sent out the appointment letters and everything. But if you guys want to do it by resolution, it'll have to come back and they'll have to reschedule that ZAP board meeting.
So let me just say one thing, at the very least, you need to know who you're appointing, and it can't be, through an email that was sent. So you have to at least put that on the record, who
Okay.
you're appointing, and who's being replaced, and
Right.
whose appointee it is, and how long they might have as a term, and, that kind of.
Could you provide that information, City
Everything
Clerk?
was sent out to you guys, the appointment,
Could you
the
provide it
terms.
now, though, in the
Yes.
meeting? Thank you.
Okay, as of now, you have 2 alternates, which is Tamara Didell and Ms. Paula Phillips, that we are recommending to be appointed for 2-year terms, starting April 23rd, 2024, and ending April 23rd, 2026. We have So we have 3 members that term expired, which is Sanquetta Cowan. She resigned ahead of time because of running for commissioner. Ms. Johnson Babb and Mr. McPherson's term expired over a year ago. So therefore, those 3 spots have to be replaced. The 2 alternates that are serving are the 2 individuals I just recommended as making them the permanent members for the 2-year term. The board is staggered, so you have 2 3-year term, 2 2-year term, 1 1-year term, and 2 alternates.
And so if it, through the mayor, if it requires, 2 alternates by the ordinance that appointed it, then you need to also decide who the 2 alternates are going to be for purposes of just making sure that you have a full slate.
Okay, so we're gonna need to do that prior to appointing the current 2 alternate into a permanent?
I'm assuming that, here, I'll pull it up. It tells you I'm sure it says who's supposed to serve on it, and it requires that some of those persons serving on it are alternates. And so if you have 2 alternates that you've just replaced as permanent members, then you still need 2 alternates to.
Now, I understand we need
That's
2,
right.
but I'm saying, do we have to do that tonight prior to appointing the permanent 2?
Let me pull up your,
Okay.
planning and zoning. And if it says it, which is the reason why you would have had 2 alternates, I would say yes.
And we definitely don't want to violate our own ordinance, but at the same time, we keep in mind for that, we have a ZAP board meeting coming up that we don't want to have to cancel and prolong that process also.
So you have, it states that the Planning and Zoning Board shall be staggered and set forth in the following manner. 1 member shall be appointed for a 1-year term, 2 members for a 2-year term, and 2 members shall be appointed for a term of 3 years. In addition, 2 alternates shall be appointed for a period of 3 years each. So it says shall be appointed. So it's telling you that that's what you have to have minimally on that board for it to be considered a fully functioning board. So I would recommend that you know, it says shall, that you do it consistently with your.
Currently, we don't have
Right.
the 2 ordinances. We're gonna try to get those names as soon as we can, but we still would have a full board even without the ordinance. I'm just
Yeah, I
hoping
understand
that
your
we're able
point,
to
yeah.
proceed with the ZAP meeting.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know,
Okay.
my recommendation
Right.
is that you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we'll do it definitely as soon as humanly possible. And I don't even know if we can ask, as far as the audience, do anyone want to serve on that board and maybe possibly be appointed an alternate?
You can do that if you would like.
Okay.
It doesn't have any specifications as to how you get your members. This talks about, you know, just who the members are, and it says what the duties are. So if you wanted to, as a board right now, and you saw people here who might be interested in serving, who could be alternates, there's nothing that will prevent you from. My preference is a resolution, of course, but there's nothing that prevents
Well,
you.
I would think we'd definitely still want to
Yeah,
go back
but
to
nothing
the
prevents you
resolution,
from
but we'll
doing
at least know the 2 names that we would be considering. And plus, we'll encourage them to fill out the application too for board appointment, so we'll do that also. But at this time, I'm just asking, do anyone in the audience wish to serve on the ZAP board for consideration as an alternate?
And the ZAP board is the zoning and planning board, any projects that's coming up in the city for those that may not know.
T1, did you say you had 1 application already? Did you? Heard?
Yes, Miss Regina Bowling.
So then you need 1 more.
Okay. You have 5 members and 2 alternates.
Okay, I see.
So we have 5 members officially. The 2 alternates only step in when the
So you need
members
2
are not
alternates,
present.
even though you have that 1.
Yes, but I was saying make the alternates the members so the meetings can still be
Yeah.
held.
I got you.
And then select 3 other members, the 1 member, 1 term, and the 2 alternates. Because if we don't have enough people to serve on these boards, the board can still function.
And now keep in mind, the people that you just appointed as permanent members, or you're going to have, you're going to discuss appointing with the motion, would be appointed for the term of the balance of the term of the members in which the vacancy occurred. So
Their term expired, so it'll start from 4/23/2025, 2-year term to 4/23/2026.
25.
I mean, 2024 to 26.
Do we have a motion and a second for the appointment of those 2 alternates for permanent board members of the ZAP?
Mayor, I move that we would appoint Tamara Dowdell and Paula Phillips as permanent to the ZAP board.
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Williams, Kyle Williams. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Going back to the further discussion on the board itself, You mentioned the fact that, well, at least staff may have mentioned it, that we need to maybe discontinue the code enforcement board. I think is a good idea. It's only advisory. We have a lot of code issues, and the information that that board could provide will be helpful to a code enforcement staff and the city as a whole. They don't have any enforcement. I know we have the special magistrate, and I understand that, but I'm just thinking it'd still be a good idea to have that as a board that would give us some insight on things they see the city could tackle or be responsible for addressing. And again, it's only advisory information.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, maybe we can do it in a way that, or restructure it or redo it, or, you know, but there are no, cities don't have code enforcement boards really anymore. If they have special magistrates, that's like a kind of a thing of the past, because what the special magistrates do is they give more of a uniform, more uniform decisions, whereas if it's a code enforcement board, at least the way that this was projected to be, it's, the decisions are kind of all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps we can, I can bring something back that you tell me what, or you all tell me what you want that code enforcement advisory board to be. But generally, I'm just saying that's kind of in the past. Cities really don't have those anymore if they have special magistrates.
Yeah, and that was just my 2 cents for it. I don't know if even the commission would even want to proceed with doing an advisory board as far as code enforcement. But I just think it's just a good piece of input from the public. So I don't know if anyone think a little different. We can talk about it, or they'll recommend just go ahead and disband it. So either way, I just feel it would be good one way or the other.
I think it's already out. I don't think it's,
okay.
You all just may have it written somewhere. I don't think, I see special magistrate in your code from a while now.
Yeah, it's in the,
Okay. And also, boards in general, are they being advertised on our website? We're constantly
says that we're-
showing the vacancies of particular boards. And we have the application there that's.
the application's on the website, and
Okay.
it says that we're accepting applications for all boards.
Okay.
All, not some, but all.
Okay, and with that in mind, I just want to point out a couple of things, so, and sorry, I'm,
Right.
but there is, you have listed Pahokee Community Revitalization Corporation. So that looks like it's a private entity that's on, it's not in your code, I just looked. It looks like it's a private entity on the Division of Corporations website. It's like owned by a person, right? And so Ms. Warner has something she wants to add to it. Go ahead.
So with that, Pahokee Community Revitalization Corp., it was a 503C?
501c3.
It was probably a 501c3. Like she was saying, there's nothing in our code in reference to it, but I know in the previous years they had it set up so they can apply for grants that we couldn't apply for.
It's
So-
like a person, and it hasn't been effective since 2000, the year
Okay.
2000.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? I wouldn't
Right. Yeah, I agree.
reignite that.
Right. So the majority would agree to eliminating that particular. I don't think it's acted anyway, but just making sure that we don't continue with that process of having that. Okay. Just by consensus, we don't need to vote anything on that. Okay.
No, and it may be helpful, maybe not in this setting, maybe in a
Right.
workshop like you did prior to the meeting,
Right.
at the next meeting or something like that. But it may be helpful for you all to understand what they do, what these boards do, because for at least one of them, you created something that's similar to it, and
Right.
it looks like it's almost the same thing.
Right.
And so I don't know if
Okay.
you still want one to exist, maybe
Okay.
not,
Okay.
you know. So I'm not
Okay.
suggesting you do it here, but.
Right, okay. And that may be a topic, a workshop topic in
Yes.
itself, to make
Yes.
sure that we explain each of the boards,
Right.
and we can have applications on hand and residents can complete it if they so choose to be part of that board. Maybe we can have the actually description of the board too there, so they'll have that for reference in the future. But we want to try to do whatever we can to get these boards back up and running. And there's a lot of responsibility too with the city and our staff to make sure that when areas where these boards can be utilized, that we do it. I remember just speaking with Ms. Adams when we was having a certain event, you know, have we contacted the Community Relation Board? Have they been advised of the activity and for their input in working with that city staff who's putting on some of these programs?
And one final thing, I want to make just a correction for the record. You do have, Mayor, you said Code Enforcement Advisory. It is in your code, the Code Enforcement Advisory Board, and it is a 7-member board that is to advise and assist the commission. So this is not in the typical sense of a code enforcement board where they're actually, you know, rendering and making decisions. This is, the purpose is to advise and assist the city commission, city manager, city code enforcement officer, law enforcement, fire department, and city manager in finding ways to improve the appearance and safety of the city and to educate and encourage residents. I don't know, you know, and it talks about beautification too,
Right.
so there's a, but you have a beautification board.
So really, again, I'll step forward again and say that's something I think that have public input involved in it as a advisory board would be a good thing if we can reestablish it if some kind of way failed where we didn't have any active members. And then it's our responsibility to, well, the city clerk or whoever to call maybe monthly or at least quarterly meetings so they can have an opportunity to give some input and have some conversation on what their board is doing and what recommendation they may have to the commission and staff. Okay. I just want to reemphasize again, if commissioners objecting to maybe trying to keep that board established, then I understand because majority do rule. But knowing now that we do have a board and we have some guidelines of what that particular board does, I think it would be a good idea to at least try to keep it going if all possible, to keep it on the books.
I have a question, Mayor Bab. The attorney said that it's pretty much the same as the beautification board, so can I make a motion that I move that we have a workshop and the clerk bring back descriptions of all of the boards, and then we take a look at them and we can restructure them to see, you know, which ones we should and shouldn't if some of them are doing the same thing?
You put that in the form of motion, Will?
I second.
Okay. It has been moved by Commissioner Kyle Williams and properly seconded by Commissioner McPherson that we have a workshop on boards, advisory boards, and we'll look at what we need to keep and what we don't, and what's conflicting with each other, similarities in the board descriptions. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cowan Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. And while we're on board, I just want to ask, are we actively, ourselves as commissioners, trying to recruit a young student to serve on our student advisory board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on the board advisory board? Anyone got any additional question or comment? Okay.
Yes, could we also include maybe college kids on that board also?
Sure. Yes. Thank you.
I'll just make one. I think establishing these boards, building them up, and getting them to function
the way we really need them to, I think is gonna take some time, and maybe we should explore the possibility of even prioritizing, maybe taking maybe 2 at a time, and trying to get those established and running the way that they should be ran, as opposed to kind of spreading ourselves and trying to do it all at once. Just a thought, just a suggestion. So maybe that's something that we can discuss.
Anybody disagree with that idea?
The clerk has.
Okay. City clerk?
The problem isn't that they're not calling meetings, it's that the members that are being appointed is not active. So even if we have a meeting and they don't attend, that is what's happening, and the meetings have to get canceled. So that is the issues that we're having with the members, when it is active, when it was trying to be active and functioning. So we need members that are gonna actively participate.
Right.
That's the only thing.
And I don't know if we have this, but if we don't, I encourage it that we have set dates for each board meeting. At least they'll know in advance that these dates I'm expected to be at a ZAP board meeting or whatever the advisory board meeting is. We may have that already, but I'm not sure. That
Yes,
may
sir.
help.
We already have set dates for all of the boards meeting. Only one that doesn't have set dates is the ZAP board, because the ZAP board is as needed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You have any comments on doing it as a priority, maybe 2 boards at a time to get reestablished? And I know I'm talking to the clerk, but I'm talking to everybody too. Commissioner Boland brought that idea up, which I think would be a good idea to maybe to focus on the 2, then start on the next 2, but want to prioritize them. And then just with the clerk input, out of those boards, which one we think is the most vital to city operation. You know, we know they all because they own there, but just prioritizing which one, the 2 we want to try to address first as a commission.
To youth council.
The community relation board, that went kind of down because I thought that was a piggyback off the old centennial board, and that was pretty active.
That's the special event advisory
Right,
board, which
right.
is still functioning up under Ms. Adams.
Right.
So that board is still
Okay, so that's
functioning,
going.
but the community relations board, they haven't met since 2000 and I want to say 17.
Okay, and I know Commissioner Bolden would give Delson some input, but I would think the 2 boards we need to concentrate first may be the community relation board, because it brings the community together in all ethnics and everything. It helps just pull us as a community, and I think that would be a more effective board to at least try to get reestablished and going back to where they used to be as far as activities and their involvement. And the second one would be the youth advisory board. I think we got to get the young peoples more involved in what we have, and that would give a catalyst to more involvement for our youth and recommendation of what we can do as a city to keep them involved and active. So we may have others, and I know we probably do, but those would be my quick suggestion on it too. We can go to, if anybody else want to have some input, we can adjust that accordingly.
No. So community relations and youth council?
Yeah.
That's a good start, I think.
Well, since all the application is online, and I know you're looking at these 2, but what if someone, they pull out, just for example, beautification board, and you get the members on that board, because, and then
Yeah,
when.
we would still just proceed with that, but I'm just saying our focus prioritizing to try to make sure we can get some applicants that may be interested in serving. Just do what we can as a board to kind of push the reestablishment of those
So we're just gonna
two.
ask about the community relation and the youth council? Or
Just as a
or-
focus of a priority, but we're gonna work on all the boards, but our energy, the majority of it would be on the first two. Then after we get those up and running, we're gonna move to another two that we think should be up and running. But we're concerned with all of them. We're not saying we're gonna set the remaining boards aside and not focus on them, but our main emphasis will be on two, just kind of narrow it down so we can at least get some established as a priority, which I think is a great strategy in getting the boards up and running.
So when we have the special meeting, are those the two that we're going to look at first? I mean, I know you're saying we're gonna look at all of them, but those are the two we wanna make sure that we look at and see how they're structured and what they're saying their responsibilities are when we have the workshop. Those are the two we'll look at first. Okay.
Just a comment, but I do think the description of all the boards need to be brought forth, and as you had stated
Right.
before.
And on that discussion, are we gonna have the city clerk and the attorney or one or the other kind of help with the dissemination of the board structure and what's it's about and what their roles are?
So-
I'm just asking. And this is a town hall meeting too, so I
Yes,
uh,
just wanna
yes,
know that.
absolutely. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is the workshop that you're talking
Yes,
about
ma'am.
before the next meeting?
Right.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, okay.
Is that what in our packet? Is that not what
Yes,
in our
ma'am.
packet already
It's-
for each board?
Each board is included in your packet with the description.
It's in our packet?
Right. But that key staff will be the one to kind of read it out to the public.
Right, I'm just
and
saying,
make
but
an
it is
explanation
here.
Of what's in there, yeah.
And we
right.
also need to establish a sound framework for especially council board.
Okay, and I know city manager we're on number 3 now.
No, but do we need to do that motion?
Monthly prayer walk.
What, I'm sorry.
I think Ms. Cowan put a motion for the workshop. Did we vote on that already? We did.
We're on number 3 now, on the discussion and direction of the monthly prayer walk. Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin suggested we have a monthly prayer walk. You can't pray too much. So,
Remember, I looked at, it's not just a city event that, of a monthly prayer walk, it's just something as the community can come together and pray for your city. You know, it's not a individual church, it's not an individual person, it's just people in your community that, care for your community. We know there's things coming on, and, you know, and you can't. Pahokee is known as a prayer community. It always has been. And it's just the ideal of just coming together, whether it be 30 minutes, whether it's not have to be a long, drawn out walk, or it could be just a place to come and just come together and just pray for the community as a whole. You know, it's another form of coming together and getting community involvement. And you can't pray enough. You know, prayer still works. Whether people talk about it, talk against it, prayer still works. And the ideal is just coming together as a body of people, not church people. It's just a community of people will come together and just pray for the well-being of the city of Pahokee. That's it.
I know it was one suggestion, I think at our last commission meeting, maybe have each church have a month where they would establish an activity of prayer or a place of prayer where everyone could come if they so choose to do. It could be, say, like Martin Luther King on the third Monday 12 o'clock, the community would come out for prayer for the community. I don't know what the final suggestion would be, but something like that. I know the Pahokee Church of God, I think every Wednesday at 12 o'clock, they have noon prayer. So we just have to figure out what ideas or what thought we want to do to try to get this accomplished. You know, the city may want to do it as far as the location. Could be at the marina on a certain date and a certain time, so everyone would know. But I don't know if you had any more specific suggestion other than what you
Nothing
just
specific,
mentioned.
Mayor. It was just the idea of coming together, bringing the community together just to pray for the well-being of the city. Whether it be, like you say, it doesn't have to be a church organized, which it can be, you know, take it over. It could be just a group of whoever just come in. My thing is just to come and pray for your community. You know, we have so much going on, and we're praying against violence. We're praying against, you know, we asking God for economic development growth. We're just asking God to help direction of the city. That's it. And just coming together and pray. That's it. Just to pray. So
I just want to make sure we're able to move it forward. What is your suggestion, though, in accomplishing exactly what you
as
say?
how you stated, whether it be if we can, if churches want to take it a month, like if this church take it this month and this church take it this month, whatever, and just ideal is not, and just to come together, whether it's 2 or 3 people, it doesn't matter. It just to have a prayer for the city of Pahokee.
Okay, so maybe we can do it this way. Have direct our city manager, whoever that is during the time, to organize how we're gonna accomplish a monthly prayer time for the community. Whether they decide in a key person probably would be the economic and development director. She can kind of spearhead it, how it can be done. Whether it's gonna be a church to do a monthly area where they would call or have the community come together, or however. I just want to make sure we got a little plan that we can pass this more forward than what this is at this
Or
point.
reach out to your event, or you're gonna have one, you have a special event advisory board, or whatever I know we did have an event board,
Right.
you know,
So
that we
maybe
could reach
that will
out.
start, have the special event advisory board come up with the time and dates and who would be
Just to organize it.
organizing the location for it.
Mr.
And you may
Mayor.
do it simultaneously. You may just come up with a day and a time and just emphasize and ask the community on this particular day and time, whether it's 12 o'clock or whatever. A lot of people say have lunch during 12. We're gonna have community prayer for the community. And you wanna have a location at that point, you can have one. If not, just emphasize that's what this community and this commission is doing, praying on this day and time. And we would like everyone, if you would, to be involved with it.
Mr. Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
just as a suggestion, what Vice Mayor was saying about having it more in an organic way, I guess, with churches taking the lead would be probably a good idea, because what you know, you want it to be as diverse as possible.
Yeah.
And if the city is doing it, those are the kind of things that you're going to want to pay more attention to.
Right.
And so if it's something where, and no matter what, I guess you would want that anyway, but my point is if it's done through churches and then churches organically doing it and taking a month every, or whatever it is, every year, every church takes a month, that's really better than the city kind of organizing it and taking the lead for it.
Okay.
So just a suggestion.
That'll work. I think that's coming back to the original thought that somebody came up with, allow the churches to be more of the lead in doing it, but we can certainly encourage it to be done.
Because there's no issue with how you have a moment of silence or prayer during a commission meeting.
Right.
That's well settled
Right.
law. But, you know, when you start getting into other issues that may have some church-state implications, and it may be a little bit more problematic.
Okay. So we'll find a way to push that thought of having churches as a lead that push this forward. Okay. Okay, Mr. Lucas, we want to take number 4, what we come up
Yes,
with?
Mayor, if we can, basically 4, 5, and 6 deals with Okois, and this is for information for the commission. Basically, in this handout that I have is some templates of which they were asking for assistance on. So on number 4, the MOU regarding a Head Start, you will see that they had language for Everglades Head Start Management Agreement. That's there for the commission to formulate something on, or we to have a workshop on. And then also there's an MOU draft of another nonprofit to operate the old high school site on behalf of the city for the City Hall expansion and museum. And then 6, the resolution that they spoke about supporting or doing an ordinance or resolution on live local incentives. That's where they were talking about the 4 years at a time, and it opens up. I highlighted a couple things there where you'll see relating to exemption of the Avalorium. They give them a tax exemption for the project at that location of 200 South Barfield.
That's the biggest one to me. I mean, all of them big, but that one's certainly big. We're actually, that's tax dollars that would have came or would be coming directly to the city.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
So I just want to put on
Go
the
ahead.
record, I haven't seen any of this, and so I just don't want it to be out there like you all think I've reviewed this. I've never seen this. It didn't come to me in any email. You know, and so I can't comment on it. I won't, and I'll just leave it there.
Okay, I think really before we all even try to push any of this forward, we have to need our city attorney to really look at it and give her concurrence. This is a good idea, this is not, in the pros and cons of any of what we're trying to do. We certainly want to try to move forward, but we don't want to do it without the guidance of our legal staff. So if we can just, city manager, just make sure that our attorney get that, and we'll add that to our next agenda for discussion and more direction.
Mayor Barrett, may I ask a question as well? Because I just looked at this as well, but I do have a question because I was looking at the Everglades Head Start Management Agreement. So when we get ready to discuss this, because I was reading it briefly, but I was just trying to figure out, because it seems like it's an agreement between them and Lutheran Services. So I guess I need more clear verification on what is the city's role in this. This is what I'm trying to understand, that we're signing this, but I didn't see on the first part where the city, I was just trying to see how was the city benefiting from it, or what was the city's part of it?
I think the revenue that the lease agreement will provide, the city receives that money. Right now, they are at the old facility where Martin Luther King Park is at. So that's how we would generate some funds. Actually, a child care center was originally designed in the town homes project. But some kind of way it got taken out. They're trying to now find some funding source to put it back in. But I thought they had the funds to do it initially.
But I didn't see that. It says that the lease is with a third-party vendor. It doesn't say anything about the city of Pahokee.
The third party, I think, but I think we have to cease that conversation until it gets
to the attorney.
Legally. But I know the third party was the city of Pahokee. It's the third party. But until it becomes, vetted, and I think we need to,
Yeah, we need to look at it, because it
I know
says
he
Lutheran
can give all the
Services.
information. Maybe Mike, when he comes, can give the more clarity on that part.
Okay.
Okay, because it also has 2022 as the date as well, so, but I saw Lutheran services on here, so that's why I was asking what was our responsibility.
And as a matter of fact, I think me and you sat on the ZAP board that approved that project,
Yeah.
and it was approved with the daycare.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been real disappointed that that somehow disappeared out of there. I think it was a way of them cutting back on costs. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I was really disappointed that was taken out initially. Okay. Where are we at, Mr. Lucas, now?
All right, and then on 7, towards the back is just what we had put together as staff and from commission input at that time, the 2023 legislative request, a priority ranking, just lays it out. I don't know what wants to, you guys want to strike from with it being a new diocese. So that can be for another meeting or a workshop. And then also on number 8, just a little outline of state of the city address, just some of the things that have been brought up, and then there's mayor's vision of things, and then we would list accomplishment from, if you want to go back as far as 2022, we can.
Let me ask you now, the state of the city address, you gonna be able to move that forward prior to your end date? I mean, it's a good thing if you can, but I'm just asking you, because that was something we wanted to have done. Normally it's done at the beginning of the year. I know we getting close to the middle of the year, but I'm just asking as a question whether that's something you're gonna try to move forward on or not.
I would like to, but
Okay.
more importantly, from just reviewing my notes about the vision you had about building a hotel on the marina, doing an amphitheater on the lakefront, new movie theater, new shopping mall, gated community development, improvement of the city's infrastructure, roads, streets, sidewalks, increasing more affordable housing, development of the marina campground to a world-class resort destination, improvements of the quality of life of all Pahokee residents. So those were some of the things, and then just right up above it is the progress of the city through what? Is that rebranding the city? Is that making us a tourist destination? Is that harnessing the marina and campground as an economic driver for development? Regarding more log cabins, 50-unit, 3 to 4 star hotel chain as a base at the bottom of the hill, Ferris wheel, miniature golf course, the amphitheater, vehicle charging station, new city hall with digital community board.
Just my suggestion, and I know that the commission have to have input, especially like prioritizing the legislative priority of what we want to try to go for, shoot for. I know you mentioned that was some of the mayor vision, but I think I'm hoping that most of those items, if each of us look on our vision of what we want to try to accomplish, some of those on there. So it's just a matter of making sure that all of our suggestions, at least one of them for each of the commission, reach that point where we can focus on trying to do it. I think I was looking at maybe doing our strategic planning that we can decide what would be something that we want to see accomplished. So it's not just one individual doing it or saying this is a good idea. And I even mentioned it even doing a little post that, of course, this would have to be approved by the majority of the commission before anything really move forward. Somebody even mentioned to me, you're talking about a hotel, when did the commission vote on having a hotel. So it was just my thought and my vision, trying to do that. I hate to say mine, but I'm just trying to put it in perspective. But we want buy-in for everyone, and discussion should be made by all the commission to try to move it forward. But I think those all are something I thought some way, form, or fashion, we all probably got similar desires, maybe different priorities on which one should be focused on first or second or whatever. But so my thing is, maybe, I know you had Dr. Jackson help lead this strategic plan, and last time we was gonna do a second phase of it. That may something you all may wanna think about, going ahead and kinda making sure that's scheduled, so we can at least begin looking at some of these plan and long-range things that we'd like to see the city develop in a track. Just an ideal, you may just wanna wait to whoever the new staff is, but I think I'll give Mr. Lucas credit, whatever he's been doing, he continued to try to move us forward to his last day. So I really appreciate that. So if anything, we see that need to continue to move forward, we can give him that okay to kind of push it. He may not be here when it starts, but at least he can help set the groundwork for it happening. And again, the state of the city address is one of them. Of course, the strategic planning is definitely another.
I will work on some dates to get to the commission, Mayor, and also I'll just do an email asking all of you to give me, what you like to see and for the legislator for this 24 year and moving forward. And then also, as you think back, how far back do you guys want to go on the state of the city address? Is 22 there, or do you want to go back 21? I don't know.
So, Mr. Mayor, to the extent that you can do it by, in a meeting or some type of workshop setting, as opposed to sending the email back and forth, because you don't want to violate the sunshine law. So, you want to do that in a public setting if you can, and where maybe you have, you give them your ideas. Everybody comes prepared to do that, but don't do it by email.
And can I just add to that? Could we prioritize Martin Luther King Park? I mean, my vision for Martin Luther King Park, MLK Park, is I would love to see a multi-purpose field out there, maybe even a track, a pavilion, update our basketball court with a pavilion and new courts, as well as a swimming pool.
I know Ms. Adams not in here, but I know some of that, what you mentioned is already in the works already. That's one that she didn't get to.
Yeah, I see it in
her thing, but I know that was
I see it in the packet.
That was one of the
work.
But my question is, going back to the attorney, instead of, I know the email, but what about if each commissioner was to meet with the city manager as a one-on-one, and they give their, suggestions that way, because like the email, I don't do the email, but as far as one-on-one, and you take your suggestions, cover them together and come back to the commission.
And then with that, what the city manager could do is, do a report of some type. But the bottom line is, it shouldn't be that he's making decisions based on, individuals. It should be that people have a way to transparent way to see what people are saying.
Right.
And then after all that put together with your workshop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once we meet with him, then they come back to the.
Yeah, but going back to Commissioner McPherson, Martin Luther King Park.
I know we have 250,000 and got to put 20,000 with it. Yeah. And I just want to know the total plan, because my thoughts to that, even if we don't have all the money to do everything that we want now, we need to have a comprehensive plan. And start with the money that we have now. Whatever phase that we can do, we can start working toward that and prioritize it.
I just want to mention too that the 250,000 was received by legislative priority or grants, whatever you want to call it, and that money was designated for a certain area that we say we was gonna accomplish. I think we even tried to wanted to get some exercise or walking path, but exercise station along the walking path. So we have some great ideas, and hopefully we can get some additional money to build the whole complex that we envision on having out there.
But my thought is, if we can start in phases with whatever that money was designated to do, that we start working on those areas as soon as possible, because we don't want to wait till the last minute and we're trying to get extensions for grants.
No, we don't. I mean, I think we probably got two. That money was received in 2018.
That's what I was gonna ask. How long do we have to use it?
Really try to get it done.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, again. So in reference to MLK Park, Commissioner McPherson, you were asking what the project included. So with the new grant agreement, it includes construction of additional project, and this is from the project task that was submitted. Fix decaying paving, install new age-appropriate playground equipment, outdoor fitness equipment, restore and replace recreational shelter, install new LED security lighting, installing a new walking path, remodel the baseball and soccer fields, and install new seats and bleachers at the fields. Mind you, we have $270,000. And with that, that includes those task items. When the ITB goes out, and it will go out as the ITB for invitation to bid, it goes to the lowest bidder. We have to submit, we have a $20,000 match that we have to use. So when those bids, and so we have a site plan that has to be recorded. So we have to take that, make the adjustments, because the original site plan had the Head Start in it. And I believe, Mr. Lucas, we have to remove that out of there and take that to be recorded. We're in the process of doing that right now. I can put out the RFP for those individual items to be completed. And I know we talked about an extension, so because costs have increased, there is maybe a possibility that we have to put additional money with that in order to complete those task items. That's on there.
So we haven't put it out for any bids?
It has not gone out because we need to record those, make that adjustment to the site plan.
Can we prioritize that, because the cost of projects are not going to go down, and the longer we delay, the more money, the less the money that we have will do.
Understood, and that's why I said right now we're trying to get it to the courthouse to get it recorded, and then I will be ready to put it out to bid, and that's working with WGI so that we can get it out there, because it does need to go out there and it needs to get advertised ASAP.
Question, once site plans are approved, can we in some way get like a big sign out there that shows the plans for
The rendering?
Yeah.
Yes. I thought you had a question, Commissioner. Okay. Is that?
And then the last item is just an extension. We may need to do an extension with HCT, because they're our auditor through the 22 audit, which we're on now, but we need to look at the 23 and 24 audit. So didn't know how you guys want to do that, or I can get with Ms. Bernadette and see what options are available.
I may have missed it. You're asking for direction or a question. Could you repeat what you just said?
Just seeking direction. We're under contract with ACT through the fiscal year 22, the 21-22 audit they're doing now. But after that, we need to secure either them or put it out to bid for the 23 audit, which is last year's audit, so we can be caught up. And then there's usually an extensions in the 2-year interval sometimes, so I was just seeking direction.
Mr. Mayor, again, I'm not aware of the issue. If I get the information, I can look and see what the contract says, and I can help the manager. But, you know, I don't have anything with me, obviously.
So during an audit, the state audit that they're doing right now, they said, we noticed this contract to be up, so that's why I was bringing it to the board.
And do we have a copy of the a copy of the contract?
So that's something we can discuss in the next
Okay,
meeting?
yeah. Yeah.
When is the contract ended? I know it's gonna end, so when is the end date for HCT?
Well, the way it was signed was for like 19, 20, 21, 22 audit. So this is the last audit of which ACT was.
The one they're working on now?
Yes.
So before they work on the next one, they either be retained or. So.
So I'll get with
If
Bernadette.
if it ended, the issue, I'm not really sure what Mr. Lucas is asking, because if it ended, it was supposed to be already put out for another bid if it was ending, right? And if it wasn't, and it needs to be put out for another bid now, then it needs to be put out
Yes,
for another bid. So, I mean, if you have no more extensions, unless it says like with a 1-year extension, but these are normally things. Now, Mr. Lucas and I have had a good run in terms of him bringing things for the most part. So, you know, I don't like to be caught flat-footed. I want to be on my toes and knowing what's going on. So hopefully, you know, he'll give me that information. I'll be able to talk with him about it, and this won't be something that you all have to consider if it's something that's a legal issue, right? So we'll do that, and hope he'll be able to get a response back to you.
Go ahead. Mayor Judy. I guess you can't see the clerk. I can see the clerk try to wave her hand to you.
So within the agreement, it gives an option for a 2-year extension. I'll send it to you so you can review it.
Yeah, but that will be the answer if that's what it does.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll have Tia send it to Bernadette.
Okay.
That concludes the new business stuff, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we move to the mayor's report. We had a Great American Cleanup this Saturday. I think majority of the commission was there. Quite a few of our staff was there. I want to thank them for coming out on their day off to assist in helping make Pahokee clean and beautiful. We appreciate that. There some conversation. I think the majority of us know by now that our city manager, and he probably just addressed some of this or a portion of it in his own report, that our city manager has submitted his resignation letter, and the effective date is May the 11th. So he has about 2 remaining weeks. We need to consider appointing a interim. I've initially reached out to Dan Kleiman, who helped with the search the last time we was looking at a city manager. Hadn't heard back from him. Want to find out whether or not he'll be able to come out and give us a brief presentation of what he's able to do, or if he's able, or if he's willing to look at that. Also spoke with Mary Adams. She's the principal HR business consultant. She did a search for another municipality, brought in a lot of qualified and great applicants, and she's willing to assist us in that process, either for the interim or the permanent. We can do either or. Also reached out to Howard Brown Jr. He is a former city manager of Indiantown. This guy, if you look on his profile, he has a host of qualifications on his resume, and I brought it. I was hoping to just share the copy with each of the commissions so you can just have some idea. But again, he's willing to serve at interim, also willing to put in an application for the permanent. He's also willing to serve at interim without the possibility of being the permanent. He's also able and willing to serve as a consultant in assisting us with the process of hiring a city manager. So I'm just putting that out so we have several choices of people that we can look at to move this forward. We want to have, at a minimum, an interim in place. You know, we may have a staff member, that's fine, but we may want to look on the outside first versus inside. It's up to this commission as a majority whole to move us forward, and that's something I think this have to take our priority. We have to decide what we want to do. If I was doing it alone, in which I don't, I think that Brown, because of his vast background in city manager, he's in Atlanta. He will fly in and give us a presentation, and we can decide from that point whether we want to do or how we want to move forward. Or you may have some other thoughts and some other ideas. So it's just open that we need to kind of discuss what direction we want to take. Going back to Ms. Adams, she has a list of candidates that wasn't successful on the interview. I think it was a nationwide search they did, and she has about 3 to 4 top candidates, and she is looking to see whether or not they have some interest in being our interim or our permanent city manager. We'll hear back from her hopefully shortly. So what are your thoughts on that, how we want to proceed?
I'll say this. I know the city manager position is, been an issue for us for quite some years. I think it's also set us back in a number of ways. I think that we should probably make this the easiest transition that we can possibly make so we can continue to move on with what we have going on already in our city. I think we should make a smooth transition and not make this city manager another 4 or 5 or 6 months or 8 months of, focusing on that. I'm quite sure Ms. Adams is tired of being interim and being replaced and bumped down. So I think that's something we should probably take into consideration and see where her mind is. I say that because I know with Mr. Lucas out, a lot of people have experienced this over and over and over again, and it comes a point in time where you kind of get tired of it. I just don't want to risk the possibility of losing what we have, trying to go after what we don't have. So that's my opinion on it.
I can speak now. I hear you, Mayor Babb, that you have the name of some individuals, but just me personally, I think to be fair and transparent, I think we need to put the job out and make sure that we do get the right person. I know you've reached out to people and they have a list of people, but to me, I just think to be fair, to pick from people that someone else has interviewed
and they think that they're the better people. I think the job need to go out, and it needs to be fair, where individuals have an opportunity to apply for the job. And yes, I would like for it to be a smooth transition, and yes, we do need to get someone in place, and we do need to make a decision whether we're going to have an interim or we're going to have someone permanent. But whichever one we decide to do, I think we need to still put the job out so that individuals can apply for the job.
Yes, and I think we need to advertise the job also. Even those candidates that you mentioned, if they're interested in the job, that everybody put in an application that's including Ms. Adams, that everybody put in the application, and we can make our choice as to interim, and then from that point, we can decide if we want to make them permanent or not. But we need to go through the process. We do need to go through the process, I think so.
Mayor Brown, my thing is we know the city right now is in a crucial state. With that being said, we have 3 audits going on present. You're in budget seasoning. And right now, we have 2 weeks before Mr. Lucas' last day. So I know we need to advertise, but I think we should we need an interim, because for the next meeting, he's not going to be here. This is last, really, commission meeting. So we need someone to step in as an interim, like yesterday. Because, and to me, I can piggyback a little bit off, when I agree with what all of them saying, but with what Mr. Bolden is saying, and I can concur as far as the interim. And I'm just gonna speak from my thing on Mrs. Adams. She's been here. She's been through the fight. She kept the city afloat when we didn't have anyone. She kept it afloat. We had contracts when they got rid of the previous city manager that was in limbo. She came, she fought, she brought him back on the wheel. And my thing, I think we need to make her as right now as an interim. Make her as the interim city manager from right now. Yeah, I agree putting it out for about 2 weeks or so, but I don't think it's fair to, because whomever you bring here, if they're new, she still got to be the one they're gonna pull like she did every one of them. And I think we need to take a consideration of that also. This would be the 3rd interim that she's been standing in the paint. And it just, and I know we need a city manager. We need one like now. We need one very well trained that can come in and run this city, know this city, and can put this city back on the track. But I will hope that we can really take consideration of the work that our staff is doing, working hard, and not overlook them. I hope we can do that part. Put it out for like about 14 days. Go out. I agree with putting it out there. That's the standard. But we can't go no 60 and 30 and 90 days without a city manager. We cannot. We are at a crucial state right now. We have so much. We have projects that have not been completed. It's so much going on, and I think she knows. She knows them. She's working each one of them right now. She's working.
Yeah, I think Ms. Adams, fine. I don't have any issues with that, but what we have to consider too, when you put somebody special like staff as the interim, it put I don't even know what the word would be, but something in our eyesight, a mindset that we have to now hire this individual as a permanent city manager to keep continuity going, and I don't want that to be the case. We're saying and we're all agreeing, regardless of who get interim, that we want to see a proper process of having applicants submit their application and their resume for the possibility of being our new city manager. what some would probably think, because, say, I'm just used as Adam because her name is coming up, that once we appoint her as interim, the next step is in a couple of weeks or months, we're gonna appoint her just automatically as a permanent. That may happen. I'm not saying it won't, but even I would hope it don't happen without everyone having an opportunity who want to be our city manager, be able to at least apply,
That's
and
what we
if they
said, we put
qualify,
it out
get
there. I
an
think they
interview.
should
I got a
have an application.
question. How long we know Mr. Lucas was leaving? Because I found out Saturday from him personally. Because my thought on that, and I know according to his contract, he have to give a 30-day notice if he's resigning. And the day that he turned that resignation in, we should have been trying to advertise and get somebody in those.
It's been 2 weeks now since we knew. The only thing that probably could have been or should have been, if it needed to be, was hold a special meeting to kind of discuss it from that point. We knew that there was gonna be a commission meeting in 2 weeks after his resignation was submitted. So we didn't lose, we lost some time, but wasn't that
2 weeks.
tricky. I mean, he's still on board, so I don't know even the ramification of how far we can go soon as this letter hit as far as his resignation. And then there was a possibility anything could have occurred. He could have, we didn't, I don't know, I'm not sure, but it's been 2 weeks, I'll put it that way.
Well, my thought on that, I mean, we should have, I agree with you, we should have had a special meeting, but I didn't find out. Personally, I heard rumors in the air, but I hear stuff when I don't hear it when it comes down to rumors. But and he shared the information with me Saturday when we had the cleanup, and I know, and I'm thinking, well, okay, maybe we're gonna have another at least 25 days or so to kind of work with him, but I'm finding out that's not the case. But that's just my little comment. And also, I think we as commission really need, and what you was planning on doing that now too, giving us the state. So these projects, anytime we have a new city manager come in, we should be more abreast. And this is just my 2 cents of what's going on, so we can lead and guide that person with the attorneys, help make sure everything is done legally also. But it's our vision. We work for the citizens, and we should be casting the vision, and the city manager taking around with it. I'm sorry, I'm getting out of.
Okay.
I have a question, Mayor Bab.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't want anyone to think that, you know, I appreciate all of the city workers, but I guess one of my concerns would be, and I hear what they're saying in regards to Ms. Adams, and, you know, I don't have anything, you know, against her or anything like that, but I guess my question would be, we're saying, you know, her as an interim, so, and I hear her saying what she kept us afloat, which was, you know, I hear with economic development, which is her job. My question is, so I mean, we got to hire somebody regardless. So I think we would get more, I mean, who's going to do, I mean, she can't be the city manager and the economic development person. We just can't say she's going to do it all. So we got to hire somebody regardless. So for me, yes, I understand someone is going to come into the city, but if they already have some city manager experience, to me, it's not what's a whole lot that they're going to have to. Yes, we're coming up to a budget year, but if they understand budget, they know how to do a budget. So getting someone who already have city manager experience, because my question is, what's going to happen now with all the projects? We've gotten behind on the projects before. So we can't say we're going to have her to come in, be the city manager, and then do economic development too. I just don't think we've been effective with that in the past. So to me, now we got to go out and look for somebody for economic development, and what's going to happen with those projects. Yes, she has the relationship with the people. She has done well with that, and I think she does well with that. So I just think, you know, us going through the process and getting someone to come in with city manager experience, like if they have that experience already, they would understand what to do for a city, even though it's with a different city. And I know they got to get acclimated with the city. So that's one of my concerns. What will happen with our projects? We've already had to get extensions on projects because, we passed the deadline. So what's going to happen? That's my question. What's going to happen is say, okay, we vote her in as the interim. So now what happens with economic development? Because she doesn't have an assistant. So that's just that's just a thought that I wanted to.
My recommendation would be, and it's just my recommendation, that we bring in Mr. Howard Brown Jr. Let him give a presentation before us and decide whether or not that person would at least be ideal as an interim. Miss Adam would still be here. She could still do the thing. And if someone mentioned it, she would have to kind of give them some guidance and all because she know the city probably a little better than he would. But this guy's from the Palm Beach County, although he's currently in Atlanta. He would fly down, give us a presentation. I think at least you're seeing you got two choices right in front of you. If you're not impressed with his presentation, then you say, okay, we get at least have Miss Adam already on board. But my preference was get this person here with this vast city manager experience over 25 years in city government, an opportunity to at least present himself to us, and that's just a consideration.
Well, will we ask the other people to come from the other organization that you talked about? Well, I just think he would be getting special, why just him? What about the ones that the other people have?
No, the others are really like consultants. They go and help solicit and find people who are interested in bringing the application and applicants to
Oh, but I
us.
thought you said they had some applicants already.
Yes, one has, right, I hadn't received those names yet, but yeah, it's
I know
about
one of
3
the
out
applicants,
there.
I think, was it Michael Jackson? I think he had an application even on file that,
I think we need to advertise it and go through the process.
Yes,
And those
we do.
people that we're
Okay.
talking about, that we're naming, if they're interested, they will put an application in. We can have a short turnaround day.
I'm just saying, in doing all of this, consider our current state and what we're currently dealing with. If you're gonna do that, I suggest that you have that in mind. Like I said, we don't need a super city manager. We need somebody who can do the basics. This is Pahokee. Of course, we want somebody who can do their job. But we don't have to go out there and get the best of the best of the best at this point. I think we should seriously consider where we are and what we're currently dealing with and who's likely to help us navigate through that situation. Otherwise, like I said, focusing on what you don't have, you can be risk the possibility of losing what you do have. And that's the last. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't have any more comments in that regard.
And even if Jocelyn is interested in doing that, she can put in an application just like the rest of the
that's gonna be a
candidates.
given. We're gonna advertise it. She's gonna be encouraged to apply whether she's interim or not. But the point is now, in the interim, we still, whether it's gonna be 2 weeks or 2 months, we're gonna need an interim person. In the conversation, it appears that at least 2 are favoring having Jocelyn be the interim, so that would be taken out of the mix and now focus on moving forward on the permanent as far as applying. But see, my concern is, again, I'm looking at the public view too. They're looking at it. I don't want them saying that we're just choosing when we had other options and other choices that we could at least consider. And I think we are at least considering that.
Okay,
Just
so
don't
then
want it to be a rush.
the question is, we have 2 weeks then before we even have another commission meeting. Mr. Lucas pretty much gone, okay? So you saying as an interim, bring in, now this is just my suggestion. Why don't you have someone here that running the city as an interim? If you bring me as an interim, you want to post a job, that's fine, you should. But I'm saying, but you have Ms. Adams here doing the work. So why don't you just make her the interim city manager?
For the fourth time?
Yeah, you know, because she is actually
And
doing
that's-
in,
okay.
and what I'm saying
Right.
is, even though you're bringing in, Mr. Brown, he's still gonna pull Miss Adams in there. And I know because what hurts us, what Mr. Lucas didn't do, what should have been done, staff should have been hired prior. We should have had adequate staffing. That hurts the city right now without the adequate staffing. But we know we have to have an interim tomorrow. This is his last meeting here. So you need someone in there now to get in there, and you saying this guy's gonna fly in and do a interview, but that's another 2 weeks out before we have another meeting. So who's gonna sit there when Mr. Lucas, for that time to keep the things moving? And like I said, we have the auditors over there every day requesting stuff every day. Where is this stuff gonna, what are we gonna be doing?
The only hesitant I got in that whole conversation part is when we mentioned this is gonna be like the fourth interim for Miss Adams. I don't want us to feel pressure if we do decide that she's gonna be the interim, that she has to be now the permanent city manager, because what's the use of going through all of that process if that's gonna be the end result? So I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but I'm just saying the mindset of the public who's watching, you know, if there is some other option, that's all I'm putting on the table, other option that we could consider. A city manager that's qualified and have been a city manager at several positions, at several cities, he's gonna be able to pick up pretty easily, especially someone who's from the county and knows the ins and outs of being a city manager. He done been there for any time for 4 years.
We're not training them as a city manager, but you see, I'm saying the stuff that we have, I'm not saying you can't train, but they know their job as a city manager.
But if the staff we're talking about is gonna be here to help anyway.
I think the assumption is that she's gonna be here to help. And I think more importantly, talk to Jundlin and find out where her head is in all of this. I'm just saying, I would suggest having a conversation to find out where she is, because we're assuming that if we bring somebody else in, that she's gonna stay. And I think it would help to find out where her head
Now,
is.
I would say this, I didn't go that far to say if she did, but I have happened to spoken with her and talking whether or not she would be willing to take accept the interim part. And that part did come up about, you know, hey, it's the third time, you know, like, I'm just saying, you know, I just want to be.
Listen, can I say something? I hate to go back to my Department of Correction experience, but we used to have people acting in a position. When they act in that position, you pay them the salary that position is required. But if we can offer it to her, if she want it, but she, with the understanding that we are going to be advertising the position as soon as possible. If she's interested, she can put in an application just like the rest of the applicants. No, it wasn't said like that, though.
We'll see.
So she's saying that she don't.
But at this point, we don't even know if she's going to even accept that, as you know. But we can just offer it to her. But we don't need to be delaying on advertising the position, so we can put it out there as soon as we possibly can.
That's just me now. I mean, if she's saying it like that.
Ms. Weeks, on the advertisement of the position, could we do it prior to, or do we have a resignation letter? We can do it prior to Mr. Lucas officially leaving?
Absolutely. You all can do whatever you decide to do.
So we can get on top of that really fast. So, now just the matter of who we want to offer the interim to at this time, so we can at least have the person ready in place to move as far as she can take us or he can take us in the interim.
I motion that we would make Johnson Adams as an interim.
There's a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
During the discussion, I just want to make sure I understand. So your question was about advertising the city manager position, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and
Yes.
so now there's a discussion about the interim. Are you all going to do this as of a certain date? Because right now you have a city manager.
Right.
And so you need to just be mindful of what date he's leaving and then when that interim position would start. That's all.
Right. Call. Okay. We could speak to Mr. Lucas, but he could actually relinquish his title and still help transition the interim into whatever role that person can play. I mean, we still keep him on board to May 11.
And so that we don't have any problems with a contract that he has currently, I guess that would be a meeting of the minds between the parties, and Mr. Lucas would need to tell you all whether he would accept doing that. And now is, I guess, the time that you might do that.
That's something you're willing to do, Mr. Lucas, help that consult the interim for your remaining time here? Lead and guide and assist that individual, and you'll still be officially resigning on May 11. Or we could, and I don't want to do this, but we could actually, he has an obligation to give us 30 days. We can say, okay, we accept your 30-day resignation, you're going to be paid up into the 30 days. And he can move on. But we would like to have him here. I'm saying we got other choices. If he say no, we could do something a little different. I'm just trying to make sure we just have a smoother transition. Whoever the interim be, he could still, the interim could come in tomorrow if needed. I'm not saying that person's able to, but designate her as an interim, or this person as an interim as of tomorrow. If Mr. Lucas would serve the remaining of his tenure as a consultant to the interim city manager. Are you able, are willing and able to do that, Mr. Lucas? That's the question.
I have.
So I just said, look, contractual.
I mean, a contract is a meeting of the minds, so if you would agree to that, then we can do an amendment that will be consistent with what's being said right now. And I guess your only thing is, I'm assuming you want to be paid at your, whatever your salary rate is right now, right? That's your concern, right? And so if that is the case and you're hearing the commission, what they're saying, we'll do a quick amendment. You guys give me the authority to do that, and, you know, basically consistent with what's being said. And then during that time period, I'm assuming you would be here as you would any other regular work day until the X date that you would depart, and you would use that time to train or consult with the interim, or the Miss and we don't really have to call her anything, because she, unless you're agreeing also as a part of that contract that you will no longer be considered the city manager. So it's a little tricky, you know, because there's a contract that he has calling him the city manager, and there are things that in the charter that he is responsible for doing as a city manager. So if he's stepping down as of tonight, but you're still paying him to consult or something, then the contract, we can have it over as of tonight, you know. But I just need a little bit more clarification, I guess.
And another option is just let him remain the city manager to May 11. He's still gonna be here. Either way, I mean, we can live with it either way, I think.
Because my question was going to be, so we were going to pay two people as city manager, because if she become interim city manager, so we're going to be paying the salary of two city managers?
No, if I relinquish as of tonight.
You still want to be paid, you said, though, as city manager. You want your same salary.
But she's not asking for an increase.
Yes, but you can't have two city managers, so if I relinquish the title, then Jocelyn has it.
But we're still paying you, and you're still on board. We're still paying you as well.
To be paid out
Let's-
for what I did effective.
Let's do it this way. Let's continue
To May 11th.
having Mr. Lucas as our city manager to May 11th, which is effective resignation date.
And then it's, yeah.
And then, now the second part would be to appoint, we have a motion and a second on the floor to appoint Jocelyn Adams as the interim city manager effective
May 11th.
May 11th.
May 12th
May
at
12th.
at 12:01 a.m.
You just amend the motion just like.
Oh, so we don't question yet.
So maybe I amend the motion that Mr. Lucas will retain the city manager position to May 11th, and we will make Mrs. Adams the interim May 12th, effective May 12th.
That has been moved and properly moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Bowden.
That's our only option.
Huh?
That's our only option. I mean, nobody else at the city is y'all.
Okay, we're in,
We're in discussion.
yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. So are we saying that May 12th, Jocelyn will become the interim city manager, and we're not going to put out for an interim city manager? Because we don't know how long we're going to have an interim city manager for. So are we saying we're not going to put out even for the interim position? We're going to,
No, it wouldn't, to me, that wouldn't.
Interim, you would put out for a city manager.
Yeah.
You advertise for a city manager.
My next question, how soon can we start advertising? Can we set a date so we can get that advertisement out
You just
now?
said you could do it
Yeah,
effective
we can do
immediately.
it tomorrow if we can get it out, but we'll start advertising for it. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any additional questions? My question is, I think we need to at least, well, I'm not gonna spot that enough. I've said I think we should have
You answered-
options,
so
but
you answered my question though, right? My
What's
question
that?
was, so we're not putting out for an interim, that we're saying that she will become the interim for May 12th.
right. But prior to that, we're gonna already have it advertised, so it shouldn't take a whole lot of turnaround to start interviewing for a permanent. And she may end up being the permanent, depending on the majority of this
So you can
commission.
advertise for about 2 weeks before the application ends, and who the clerk, the
Okay, let's,
human resource pool, the
let's
application.
deal with the motion on the floor then. Let's, hearing no additional question, motion on the floor is by Vice Mayor Mervin is to hire Jocelyn Adam as the interim city manager effective May 12th, 2024. Second by Commissioner Bowden. Question has been answered. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Honestly, I don't have a vote for this one.
Yeah,
I'm not
by
voting.
law, you got to vote.
you got to vote.
I'll say no then.
Okay.
Commissioner Cowan Williams,
I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner McPherson,
No.
Mayor Bab,
No. Motion failed by a majority 4-1. Now we need to now discuss who we will appoint as an interim. Again, I'm going back to my recommendation, have an individual, even 2 or 3 if we need to, come in, give us a presentation and decide the interim, or someone may want to suggest an internal person temporarily as interim. I would suggest we got 2 weeks, we can get this done at least in a week, have a presentation, but that's just a suggestion from the mayor. Let's talk about it. We got to continue to talk about it. What's the next step? A suggestion on how we can get it done. I believe I can bring at least 3 people in here to give us a brief presentation.
So let me ask a question. Can we advertise now for an interim and put it out, and hopefully we can get someone when it's before before he leaves? Are we able to do that, attorney?
You can do any process you'd like. You can advertise as early as tomorrow. You just have to determine what those qualifications would be, whether
Okay.
you're using the ones that you had before or some other qualifications. So it's wide open. Your charter doesn't speak to that issue.
Okay, so my question is, how soon can we get what the qualifications are now? What we have in place now for a city manager, how soon can we get those qualifications?
That should be in a day. You can get them probably tomorrow. The city clerk should have them on file, or HR, one of the two. We did a set of qualifications with Mr. Clyman. Yep.
Because I would like to see the position go out for interim, you know, as soon as possible, and interviewing her, an interim as soon as possible, and then looking for a city manager.
So what we need to do is we advertise for 7 days, and then we interview the following week
Yeah, I can
for interim.
go with that.
I mean, we got to really try to at least spread the word as much as possible, not so much verbally, but in advertisement that we interviewing for interim.
And my thought on that, at the end of those 7 days, whatever applicants we have, we just gonna have to move forward with them. But that still would be under the understanding that if we advertise for a full-time position, that they would have to, well, we already have their application on file, but that the position that, with the understanding that they know that they're not the permanent city manager. They may have to come and do another interview with us, but. And then again, maybe they will have to file an application because that particular application would be for an interim.
We can do it in a way where, I'm saying, sorry, go ahead on, Commissioner.
Attorney, do we have to, if we advertise for interim, would we have to, would we be required to do another application for permanent because those really are two different?
Yeah, they are two different things. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, what I was saying, we can do it as a combination. We advertise for a city manager. You can always offer them an interim position until at a later date. Or if you feel this is a person we're comfortable with and want, then you advertise and you make sure you appoint him as city manager. But I think if we do it, we can do it both ways and still be able to do what we need to do.
And just so it's clear, the interim is just the person that is there in the absence of a city manager. So, you know, that can be anybody, however you decide. You don't have to do it by resolution. That's what, you know, your code of ordinances says. Your permanent city manager, you would hopefully, you know, advertise and have a process for, and the process can be as short, as long, whatever you all decide as a majority vote, that's what would happen. So it's really up to the commission how you want to conduct it.
Her hand is up.
So as far as the city manager's position and job description, we already have that on file, so I can email that to you guys tonight.
Okay, let me get my question just clarified, Attorney Weeks. Say for instance, we don't use advertising for an interim city manager, just city manager permanently. When I say permanently, just city manager. If that person will not, we know we want to appoint him, but we're not 100%, we want to make him the permanent city manager, we can call his position interim at that time.
Sure, that's what you would call it.
And you decide
Yes.
whether or not then you're gonna move to the next step, either appointing that person permanently or going back out again and hiring for a more permanent person. So you give yourself a little flexibility in that decision.
Well, the only thing I was thinking about with the short turnaround, after we get the interim, once we do the advertisement for the permanent position, you may get more candidates and you have a better pool to pick from. Not saying that what we have is good, wouldn't be good, because my thinking too, if somebody's in an interim, they probably gonna perform at their best to try to get the position if they're interested in the full-time position, but that's just my 2 cents.
All right. So the consensus of the vote would be to go ahead, starting tomorrow as soon as possible, to advertise for the city manager position. And whether you call that person interim or not, if you feel that that's not totally who you want, or you want to broaden the pool, then we advertise or re-advertise again. We'll just designate that person as the interim, if we chose to do it that way. Once we advertise and interview, you may be convinced of have an assurance that this is our person. You don't have to have an interim on it. You can if you want to, but you can just designate him as the permanent person.
My concern is if we advertise for a city manager and that person come and get the job, they're going to be thinking that they are the city manager, not the interim. So we need to make sure that we be specific on those.
Attorney Weeks, yes, for.
So,
Go ahead.
if I understand it, and this is what my recommendation would be for you all, because there are certain things that are specified in your code of ordinances. So if you, you could certainly advertise for an interim, but that's not typically done. I think what you probably want to do is to have some process if you'd like to select an interim and then advertise for the permanent position. You probably want to have the clerk read what the specifications are for that permanent position from the last time, if you're going to put it out anytime soon or in between now and the next meeting, so that everybody's clear about what those qualifications are. And if you wanted to change anything, you're not surprised later. You know, if things come in as higher or lower standards than you anticipated. So that's something that she, you know, she's already pulled up, and she can read into the record so you all know. So the interim can come anytime once the vacancy occurs. The vacancy, you already know the date that will occur. You made a motion on that issue, I believe. That's been, no, I'm sorry, that motion has been passed. You know what the date will be. So you can do that tonight. You can do it with a special meeting, you know, that you come back in a couple of days and everybody's head is clear, and you have any number of options as to how you want to do the interim or the permanent position, right? You could do it tonight if you wanted to, because you don't have to do it, your code says, by resolution if you do the interim. You do have to do it by resolution if you do a permanent. So the permanent is, you know, more, you want to give more thought to. So hopefully I'm answering your question.
Maybe we'll just go ahead and, like you say, interview for a interim city manager, and we'll come back later and do another interview for a more permanent one. So the one who's selected an interim don't have no guarantee that that's gonna be his or her position. They'll have to resubmit an application for the permanent interview for the permanent city manager. We can, I think that'll work.
May I request that at least we can get together in a special meeting and look at what the position entails now before we put it out, so we can see exactly what the city manager position entails?
I think the attorney just asked her to read it.
No, I'm visual. I'm visual. I need to see. I don't do well with just reading something to me.
Cincinnati, that interim, what we did, and I know you're not there and you wasn't there and you want to be involved in it, but the basic qualifications on that previous city manager, I think would be more than satisfactory for the interim city manager. I just don't want to have to hold up the process of us reviewing it, calling a special meeting, you know, to get input. It's pretty detailed of what a city manager qualifications should be.
I
what
still
we
haven't
want to
seen what the I
I
still
know, I
haven't
say
seen that.
She's sending it to everybody.
I don't have access to the email yet, so I won't be able to look at it and see it, because I don't have a computer.
For my knowledge, Miss, could we have the clerk read the qualification? Are they very long?
Here.
Commissioner McPherson is asking, can we read the job description, if it's not too long, to the commission?
City manager, this position directs, manages, and coordinates the administration of the city of Pahokee in accordance to the policies and goals determined by the city commission. This is a highly responsible administrative and technical management work directing city affairs and implementing policies set forth by the mayor and the city commission. Work is performed independently within general policies established by the mayor and the city commission. Essential duties: plan, organize, direct, and coordinate the activities of city department and supervise department head. Administer and implement directives and policy decisions and supervise all departments and employees. Prepare agendas for the commission meetings. Direct and review preparation of the annual city budget and direct city personnel policies. Receive requests and complaints from public concerning administrative action of various departments, follow up on the correct actions, and see the replies to inquirers are given. Delegate authorities for performing of lease administration and technical activities and work. Coordinate policy and budgetary matters. Perform organizational and procedural analysis of the city departments. Attend meetings of professional organization and speak before local civic groups on various aspects of the city government. Represent the city on various intergovernmental organizations. Confer with representatives of federal, state, and city agencies on matters pertaining to the number of city programs. Foster positive employee relations and employee morale on a city-wide basis. Perform all functions and responsibilities according to Palm Beach County Code of Ethics and Florida Statute 112-313. Education and experience, bachelor degree from an accredited college or university with a course majoring in business administration or public administration. 5 to 10 years previously responsible experience in municipalities or corporate management work, including experience in senior management position. Extensive knowledge of municipal structural and functional organization as interrelationships of the city departments.
That's all too we didn't, as a qualification, we put preferred master.
It doesn't say preferred master degree.
Yeah, this paper that I'm reading is something totally different from what
Yeah,
you.
we had added
Totally
that.
different from what you were reading.
Yeah, it
This
says
is
here
what
the
was
minimum requirements
advertised.
For the city manager includes a master degree in public administration or business administration, finance, planning, or related fields with progressive 7 to 10 years of experience. A bachelor degree with a minimum of 10 to 12 years of experience in executive leadership at the municipal level is applicable. Must possess experience and understanding of growth management to include code administration and enforcement, finance, budget, development and management, economic development, intergovernmental relations, personal including staff development, grant writing, grant administration, and maintain a positive lines of communication at local and state and federal levels.
What date is that? What date?
That's what we're gonna use.
That one?
Yeah, that one.
Which one?
That's the last one, the one that goes.
I think we might be going a little bit overboard on that, because because
This is in your, book, this is in your.
well, that might have been done before I was here, because I'm thinking sometime now we do have a hard time trying to get qualified applicants. And
To have a master's? To have a master's degree to run a city?
no, I'm talking about all the grant writing and all that kind of stuff included in there. But because the experience is substitute for the there's a way around that, and it's stated in there as far as the
I think we need somebody.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that. That's
I
one
think
thing
we
we've
do.
been complaining about. So
Yeah,
I think they should have
that
some
is,
writing
but
experience.
people with those just my knowledge. Just my knowledge, people with those type of experience with grant writers usually work under contracts. They don't, and they do their thing from city to city. I'm telling you what I know.
No, we're just talking about having grant writing experience.
They're not grant
So
writing.
they understand grants, and that's understanding grants if you understand grant writing.
I think we need to take that wording out of there.
No. They should have
At least
that
at the
experience.
last, and if you can email that to the clerk, at least we'll have a guideline that we're using. I mean, you got one commissioner that just feel that grant writing part, maybe two,
No, this
need to be
is what they go
deleted.
by.
I'm okay with this.
I'm okay with it too at this point. I want to get the best person we can possibly get with the experience we need. But it may be an overreach, I don't know. You able to email her?
I just sent it
Okay.
to Tijuana.
At least we have it.
Because what I'm thinking, you're really going to limit your pool when you start talking about that grant writing stuff. And I understand what you all are saying, and even with the masters, but the masters is fine, because I can understand that being said, and even in the wording of it says the experience, as far as that can take place of the masters. I can live with that. But
I think the last time we interviewed, we had a little over 40 applicants, and we used basically that same qualification and experience.
I don't think so, because I put in an application. And
I'm not
I
talking
used
about,
that criteria
that
she
one didn't even
had.
go through. I'm just saying, the one we interviewed for had 40. We had some people that did the application, and I don't even know what, we didn't go through the process, I put it that way.
Okay, let's move on. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. We're gonna now.
This is the one she will put out. She will go ahead and put this one out.
Yeah.
So this would be for the city manager.
Right. That's, we got to finish up. We got to, we talk about, I'll just kind of mention maybe 7 days. How many days we want to advertise it? 7, 14? We don't want to go too far, because we want to be able to get the applicants, get them in here and interview them. And then we got to set up an interview date in some form or fashion. I'm just kind of talking. The commission, is 7 days gonna be appropriate, or we need it 14?
I think we need to have a short turnaround, 7 days, because we want to get that person in and try to get them in.
Okay. Somebody say
As soon as
7, one
possible.
say 14, or what are we doing?
I say 14. I don't think a week gonna be enough for no city. This, we advertise for city manager, right?
Interim.
Oh, for interim. I still say 14.
All right. Commissioner Bowden, what you think?
I don't think anything at this point right now, to be honest with you. This is gonna be an interesting 14 days or so.
Vice Mayor Murray, we got 7, we got 14.
Well, I said, we have someone already, you step in for interim already, so I don't think we have to advertise for interim. That's just my take.
I thought you voted no on what?
No, I
She
didn't.
voted yes.
She voted yes, I'm sorry.
And the only reason I voted no is
Okay, that
because
was-
I don't
okay.
agree with her being, I wanna get the city manager thing out the way. And you have somebody that's pretty much been keeping the city afloat, did most of the stuff that we see on there, and got experience, and get this over with and move on. That's why I voted no. But whatever the majority decides it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I'm
not interested in the interim anymore.
Well, let's put out. for
7 to
city
14
manager.
though. I'm just asking,
For what?
the advertisement for the interim.
Can I, wait, before we, can I ask a question?
So then can we just go straight and put out for city manager then? In 14 days,
Be
so,
ready to pay $300,000.
Yeah, that was my concern too. You don't have, because
Let me
it's
go
gonna
back to
cost.
this here. Let me get back to this.
Okay.
The city manager for Indian Town, all that experience, he made $115,000. That was a paper saying, and that was my last write-up saying, what it was.
Email was like 170 to 180 they were taking them to.
They was taking him.
Yeah, they got 154. And they were taking them like 170 to 180.
I read all of his background, all the papers. It showed 115.
You
That's
ready
the
to pay at
paper.
least $250? Just tell me. You got a deal, and you need to take all things into consideration. I don't think we're doing that right now. For my education.
I'm just saying this what it says.
My thought on the 7 days, if we have people that are already interested, they'll put an application in. If those same people that mail have reached out to or have spoken to, the 7 days will have a quicker turnaround. If they're interested, they'll put their applications in.
I agree with the 7 days too. I can deal with that.
You don't have
I
his
think we
salary
need
in
at
here.
least majority, huh?
You don't have his salary in here. That's 1.5 million doing something else he did. He made like, he did 170, 180.
Given the high turnover, do you actually think we're attractive? Okay. Never mind. You're gonna have to pay somebody a lot of money to deal with this.
We're not that hard to deal with. Our citizens may be, but we're not.
Yeah, clean up this mess, you have to pay somebody a lot of money.
Commissioner Mervin, Vice Mayor, is it 14 or 7? I need to be able to move
You
this.
do 7.
Okay, 7. Majority say 7, so we'll do 7 days advertising. Okay. Anything on this subject we need to further? Are we good?
Just in case we don't have applicants by the 7th date, can I put, May the 8th or into field? Can you hear me? Or into field, I just wanna get consensus on that,
You
so.
got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then you got Monday to Friday. That's more than 7 days.
We want to get a lot more, but even if we got 3 that came up here that was qualified and interviewed, I mean, I think we'll be good. Huh?
So May 3rd would be the closing date.
Okay.
Nationwide search and got less than 50 people, and most of them we couldn't afford.
And then we need to know, I know we're gonna post on our website, but you got to get it out in at least a newspaper, something we need to advertise outside of the.
Are we gonna be
So-
willing
And
to
what's
pay
the
for
salary?
relocation and all of that other stuff too? Because that's what comes with it.
What's the salary we're paying?
So I can make sure it's published in the Florida City County Manager Association, that's free. I can do ASPA, the American Society for Public Administration, that's free. ICMA made, I think, it's a tad under $500, that gives you national reach. Florida League of Cities is free.
Goes Drake, and plus our website. So we're
What's the
good.
website?
Those you send application to so they can pass it on. The applications, I'm talking about the publication that the city manager mentioned.
So when you go through those publications, they're gonna just funnel it back to the city of Pahokee, to the HR person or the city clerk.
Okay, so when we send it out to those organizations for advertisement, they will post the job description, but we'll be the contact person. It'll either be, like you say, most likely to be HR, who they'll submit their applications to and their resumes, and from there, he would forward it to you guys.
During the weeks, anything we may have missed in this process, I know it was a little tedious, but we had to try to get through it.
No, sir. There are certain qualifications for the permanent city manager, and I don't think, but even for this, I don't think anything would apply. It can't be a relative according to the charter, that kind of thing, but nothing that I can think of.
Okay.
And it does not have to be, the person is not required to be a resident of the city either.
All right. If no other discussion under that particular topic, then we'll move on. At this time, I move to our city manager for the city manager report.
Mayor Babb, Vice Mayor Mervin, Commissioner Bowden, I appreciate all your support. I appreciate the opportunity you've given me from the point of March 2022, and I thank you. I appreciate learning from being here. I just have mixed emotions, but I appreciate each and every one of you as citizens. Bernadette, Tia, I appreciate your staff, PBSO. I'm gonna miss these relationships. I was given an offer April 9th, to go back home, be close to my aging parents, so I took the opportunity. And I appreciate the graciousness that Mayor Babb has operated with the whole time with me, and I appreciate you, sir. Bottom of the heart. City manager report. Basically, I got to get with each and every one of you regarding when we want to do a strategic plan or whomever we get in. We talked about a lot in the workshop, so that pretty much covers a lot of the things there. In particular, don't forget Habitat for Humanity, the home dedication, 10 a.m. on Friday, April 26th at 275 Begonia Drive. So we got the family going in there. So if all of you guys could be there, we appreciate it. Next main event up is going to be National Day of Prayer, May 2nd, at the Marina and Campground Flagpole, 10 a.m. Now this Wednesday, tomorrow, we got Palm Beach League of Cities general membership meeting from 12 to 1, but after that, the newly elected has a workshop at the Green Acres Community Center at 501 Swan Boulevard, Green Acres, Florida. And then we have National Day of Prayer, May 2nd. Also, we have a meeting with Commissioner Sarah Baxter, May 8th. at the Belglade Library Room. That's Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. And then there's the May 21st, the annual installation banquet, which we have a whole table for. And that's at 11:30 a.m. Doesn't tell me where, but I'll get that information to you.
On the commission workshop or meeting after the general session, is that only for newly elected? I just want to make sure.
It didn't say newly, it just said elected officials
Okay,
workshop.
Okay, well, I signed up for it. I didn't want to be there. It was just for the newly.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're just gonna go over everything. That concludes my city manager report, sir.
Thank you. Now we move to the city attorney report, if any.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to introduce, from time to time, I come with some staff or the attorneys who may decide to come with me, and tonight Ken Kuntz is in the audience, so wave your hand, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
And so Ken said to me today, he said, well, you know, tonight's Mr. Lucas's last night. I think I'll ride with you tonight. And I said, okay.
That's great.
So he's here, and we work a lot with the staff, you know, things that you guys don't see in between, and so we've enjoyed working with you.
You're a Ken. Now it just dawned on me. Okay.
So we've enjoyed working with you, Mr.
I thought you were another
Lucas,
auditor.
And wish you well. Thank you.
Now we'll move to future agenda items of the commission, if any. And we'll start with Vice Mayor Mervin.
None, this time, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Kywan Williams.
None.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Derek Bowden.
No future agenda items.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner McPherson Senior.
Yes, I haven't seen the schedule for the town hall meetings. Since we voted to not comment during our meeting, I just want to give our citizens more of an opportunity. Could we, I don't know if we have to do that in a resolution, but go ahead and schedule our town hall meetings throughout the year quarterly for the entire year, so they'll know ahead of time, like we have our regular scheduled meetings.
So you're asking for a schedule to be generated?
Yes.
And, okay.
We can give our citizens an opportunity to ask
Want that
questions
to be
and get
included
answers.
on our future agenda items, so we need a second if George just feel that's a great thing. Been moved in by McPherson and second by Commissioner Bowden. Call for question, hearing none, ready for a vote, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner Calvin Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. I have one item, and Attorney Weeks, you may want to chime in on it because you heard the presentation, and I know Mr. Lucas and Jocelyn did. I want to have a presentation by the guy, I don't have his name written down, that I shared his bio with you, it's dealing with funding. And he presented at South Bay, I think last commission meeting. I think it's James, what's his name?
Yes.
I gave you an email, but I don't have my phone, I can't even bring his name up. But what it is, he helped secure funding for capital improvement projects. And he said he can get millions in investment dollars at very low interest rate to the city. I just want the city commission to hear that presentation and see if that's something we need to or want to pursue his assistance with. You remember his name, Attorney Weed?
I did not.
You remember the presentation he provided? Did you think it would help? I mean, you can share. I don't know if you want to at this time, but I just want to know if that's something you think this group should at least entertain. You can use it.
I don't make
I
those
agree.
kind of decisions, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
but, so I'll reserve my thoughts on that.
Okay. Okay. And I don't even know what, I should have just waited to see what Ms. Adams and, Mr. Lucas thought, but I thought at least if it went forward, we have to at least.
Frederick James.
Frederick James. And if you look under Google, and Google Frederick James, you'll get some information on him, so you at least have that at our meeting. But I just wanna add as a future agenda item to allow him to do a presentation.
Okay.
Of his service.
And then that's his agency. Yeah. So,
And I would need a
reach out to
second
him.
too to add that to the agenda, y'all.
Second.
I've moved, Commissioner McPherson second, call for questions. Hearing none, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Now we'll move to Commissioners' comments and for the good of the order. And we'll start in reverse, Commissioner McPherson.
Yes, just a couple of things. I've noticed at the end of Barfield Highway, there haven't been a stop sign there for a while, and I think that's an accident waiting to happen. I don't know what happened to the sign, but right there in front of the dollar store, I see, especially people that are not familiar with that road or this town, some of them just went out in the road. As a matter of fact, I noticed that when we were campaigning during the election.
Okay, I get with Russell because I know any stop sign along Barfield or any signage, they took them down or put back up, so I will follow up. Can you say right there at Dollar General?
Yes, sir. And also the campground. I think I stated in the last meeting, we have 115 slots that are counted up there, and that was a couple of weeks ago, and about 18. I just want to know if it's possible I can get a report on how many of those slots are actually working, where we can start working toward getting advertising and getting those slots fixed, or what is it, or even looking at what it might take to get some of them fixed. If they're not working, I don't know. I'm just trying to hopefully, and I keep staying on the campground because I know that's one of the things economically that can sustain itself. And I think, Mr. Lucas, I saw something. I don't think we got a chance to get to it. Just curious about the state of Muck Tavern and what was going on there.
So I just forwarded to Commissioner Calvin Williams and yourself the letter that I sent out to officially give 30-day notice to them April 4th. They have until May 4th to comply back with all the requirements we've asked of them and payments and making arrangements for improvements.
So we still have a contract with them, or I'm just trying to figure out
Yes.
okay. And
But close of business May 4th. No reaction, then we put it back out to bid.
okay. That's it. That's
Just a brief question. I think you probably want to consult with the state, whoever the interim person would be, about the next steps, because I don't know that we can make any definitive decisions about that before the state approves that action.
Okay, am I understanding, Attorney, that approve the action of what Mr. Lucas just said?
Well, the termination is in the contract.
Yes.
However, when the manager said, put it out to bid, I don't
Okay.
know that that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, okay, I understand.
This is directed to the city manager. I don't know if staff personally have went out to inspect Barfield Highway, but if we could, prior to the final inspection, I don't know who does that, whether our engineers, but we're hearing things like there are little potty holes or even damage to sidewalks on there. It was a couple of things that citizens have just brought to my attention. I just want to make sure we're on top of that so we can at least share those concerns with the construction company prior to them exiting from the site. I know they gave us a date when the final road will be completed. They talked about the increasing the asphalt on there, hoping they're gonna cover the manholes, cause they are high. And someone just questioned even tonight whether that was gonna be sufficient to cover those by putting another coat on there. So if we can just do that and just be proactive, that would help make sure there's no real problems. And I'm brain fog is the word the one that does the legislative priorities for us, what the lobbyists. What's the status of our lobbyists? I know that the current one contract had expired. We never did renew it. My assumption was we were going back out for RFP on that. Where are we at that, and do we have a current lobbyist for this city to work on our legislative priorities?
No, we don't have a current lobbyist, and it needs to go out to bid.
That must be some of the incoming city manager. Hopefully, Lisa will be in place to proceed with that. Commissioner Bolden.
Comments? Nothing much. No comments.
Commissioner Cowan Williams.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say, Mr. Lucas, good luck in your endeavors. I wish you the best. Sorry I didn't get a chance to work with you that long, but I appreciate all that you have done for the city since you've been here. So again, I wish you the best, and again, thank you for the time that you've spent here in the city and what you've done for us.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Murphy.
Just one thing, I know, Commissioner Everett was asking about the town hall, but on your city thing, it has the town halls next scheduled for July the 18th for the
No,
town hall meeting.
No, I was talking about for the entire year.
I know, I'm just saying, I was just saying that there is one scheduled for July the 18th. But I'd just like to tell you also to Mr. Lucas, thank you for your service. I know when you came in, it came in with a lot to-do list. It wasn't easy. You came in, but you stood in the paint. And I thank you for your service. Thank you for your work that you did do in the city of Pahokee. And I pray and hope that where you go, that you be very successful in your endeavors. And yes, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And also, I'll be remiss not to personally, as mayor of this city and on behalf of the entire city commission, to say thank you for your service. I know coming into a small community where you got a lot of ears and eyes always on you, it's not not an easy task. You did try very best to respond to a lot of citizen complaints or inquiries, and I used to see some of the emails and say, I don't even know how you do it, but you did address them and say, you know, this is what it is in the way it was. So I thank you for that, and I wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Mayor.
At this time, I entertain them.
Thank you too, Mr. Lucas, because I was kind of looking forward to working with you, but you somewhat broke my heart Saturday a little bit, but when you told me the news, and which I had been hearing some of it in the air, but, you know, I was kind of looking forward to working with you, and I know you were in our Pahokee crowd can be tough, and I know that was not an easy job, and I just want to thank you for your professionalism, okay?
Thank you, appreciate it.
At this time, I entertain a motion for the adjournment of the meeting. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin,
Second.
second by Commissioner Williams. Call for question, hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin. Yes. Commissioner Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden.
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Meeting is officially adjourned at 9:06 p.m.